Call back from the rafters? No.
So, the hell with it. All right, everybody, happy Friday night here from SK Speedway. Plenty of time to come on out. Special admission price tonight. Kids are free, and it is kids night here at SK Speedway, and soon we're going to see a whole pile of kids go on the racetrack. You get to meet their favorite racers tonight, and I mean, that line is huge. As I look down here, that line goes almost to the concession stand, so not quite ready for racing yet. They're going to let these kids meet their favorite race car drivers here at SK Speedway. But we do have a full race lineup tonight, and we'll give you a little bit of information about that. Pure stocks, super stocks, vintage, B mods, Hornets, street stocks, and A mods. So 8. Well, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 features tonight. And looking forward to it all, and it all starts here with Kids Night here at SK Speedway. Special reduced admission prices, according to the SK Speedway Facebook page, trying to give back a little bit to a stunted event 2 Fridays ago, as the Dirt Kings came in here, and the Dirt Kings weren't able to finish the whole thing that they had planned for 2 Friday nights ago, as the lights went out here in Unity a couple of times. We'll bring Steve Maves into the broadcast. Jason Zaleski here, by the way. Lucas Olheisel producing today's show. But Steve, it was fun. 2 Fridays ago, we had a great time.
Yeah.
We had a great time. We just didn't get to get all the way to the end, as the Dirt Kings had completed 1 lap in their feature. And the lights went out for the 3rd time, but we are told all the repairs have been made. We're going to have a full fun night here tonight, and as we see the kids pour onto the track, full night of racing here from SK Speedway.
Yeah, for our first broadcast, as you mentioned a couple of weeks ago, being the first time that I've really been at a track of this magnitude, and it was a lot of fun to see, especially the Dirt Kings during their warm-up heats and pre-heats and all that stuff. It was a lot of fun to watch. A couple of different looking cars here tonight. And so, as you mentioned, took the week off last week to get everything prepared and ready to go for the rest of the racing season. Hopefully it all pans out here tonight. But as you mentioned, as I was talking to some people afterwards, it was kind of lucky, or fortunate, I guess, that the lights went out right before they started the next lap. They were in a caution before the lights went out, and with as many cars, 23 cars I think they had in the feature, and the speeds that they were going with the lights going out immediately, it could have been devastating for those cars. And so obviously not finishing up was a little disappointing, but luckily nothing catastrophic happened.
Yeah, those cars, that particular breed of car, 70, 80 miles an hour coming down the straightaway here into turn 1, and without lights, that would have been, I mean, just think of it, right? You're driving on the highway, and I know a couple times as kids, it was, on a dare, you shut the lights off down the highway, and it's pitch black when you do that. And then you don't want to do that anymore, and that would have been similar to what had happened. I mean, it was 11 o'clock at night, 10 o'clock at night. It was pitch black, and that would have been a situation that we didn't want to see. And so we're here now. Again, still time to come out if you're within 20, 30 minutes of the racetrack, maybe even 45 minutes. There's still plenty of time to come out. The features won't start until around 9 o'clock, so if you think of it that way, there is plenty of time to get out here to SK Speedway, see trophies hoisted, and we found out 2 weeks ago they are just the tallest trophy you can find.
Massive.
Yeah, and something to be proud of, so there's still plenty of time to get out here for trophy time. If you're within 20 to 30 minutes away, come on out now, and you probably won't miss much. You might miss a couple hot laps, or maybe the what do we have here? The Pure Stocks coming out first to go through their heat, although I don't see, that may just be the feature right off the bat. I don't see them coming back on our lineup after that, but at any rate, still time to come out. SK Speedway, reduced admission at the gate. Kids are free tonight, so come on out and have a good time. Concession stand, candy, burgers, fries, drinks. I know that there is beer for sale here, if that's your thing. Plenty of that to go around, and pretty good crowd out here so far, it is noticeably different from when the Dirt Kings were here last time. It's still a really good crowd, but what that means for you, if you're thinking about coming out here yet, is there is plenty of room. And if social distancing is your thing, bring your own lawn chair, and you sit wherever you want. You can distance yourself. You can be that only guy sitting way out there in the corner, and that's okay, and nobody's going to say a thing about it. If that's what you'd like to get yourself into. But again, we're watching here. It says kids night, so the kids get to go on the track as they continue to pile. They're still not finished with their line.
Not even close.
No. A lot of kids coming out to meet their favorite racers and race car drivers, race teams, what have you. And yeah, they are still piling in there, and a bit of fun. You know, it's a fun thing to do. Kids get to go and see these cars up close and personal, take a picture. You know, some of these kids know that driver, and usually you can't get this close. So kind of a fun thing here. You know, bring your family out to the racetrack night.
Yeah, absolutely. And to get a younger generation interested in racing and have them come out, as you mentioned, not a whole lot of places have stuff like this where you can go down on the track, touch the cars, be in the cars, hang out with your favorite drivers, and do it all with your family. Do it with your parents, and go out there and, as you mentioned, get a couple pictures and really feel. Obviously, you're up in the stands all season long, but to be able to go down on the track and actually experience what it's kind of like down there, it's pretty cool. And I mean, kids from all ages are down there, so it's a whole lot of fun to see.
Hey, you go down there, you can measure yourself against the tire of that car, and touch the steering wheel, take a look at some of the components, the exhaust, just all the things, all the ways that a car is built. And you know, the long-term goal in this is you know, get these kids a little bit interested in stock car racing, maybe on the pit crew, maybe driving a car, owning a car someday. And it's just a great way to get these kids involved in yet another American pastime, which is auto racing. There was a NASCAR race on Wednesday night over in Martinsville. Martin Truex Jr. won the Martinsville race on Wednesday night. I did watch most of that on replay. Actually, on Thursday morning, I was at a baseball game Wednesday night when that race was going on. So, but I was doing some work, had the race on, kind of in the background a little bit, and then I paused it with 10 laps to go, and I watched the last 10 laps. Truex won easily. He won by about 5 seconds, which is a pretty big margin at Martinsville. Yeah. I think only 11 cars finished on the lead lap, which is pretty standard on a short track like that one. And still, no fans in attendance at Martinsville, Steve, but I hear that's changing soon. And I believe the next Talladega race is what I think I heard. Some limited fan attendance is going to happen.
Yeah, I think they might be in Florida this weekend. I think there's going to be they're letting 1,000 service members into the raceway, and then I think the week after that, then they're at Talladega, and I believe in Alabama they're allowing 5,000 people in to watch. But I mean, at Talladega, 2.5 mile track, you have plenty of space to sit all by yourself. So slowly allowing more and more people to come in. And a really cool thing that NASCAR is doing, 1,000 service members coming in to watch on Sunday. And then you have along with that, other sports picking back up here and there. And so hopefully getting back to a little more, obviously it's not going to be normal, but a little closer to normality here and there, slowly but surely.
With some of the in-person fan attendance NASCAR issues NASCAR has had over the last 5 to say 8 years, TV attendance, this really couldn't have come at a worse time for them. But fortunately, though, for them, they were one of the first sports to get it going again, and a bit of a strategy move there by NASCAR. And we'll see if it pays off for them in the long run. You won't really be able to tell much right now because, again, if even if you're just a casual sports fan and you're watching this race as an example, and there's not a whole lot else to choose from, so you really can't judge a lot from that. And then without letting more than a couple thousand in, you're not really going to judge much from attendance this year. So I don't want to say it's a throwaway year. It just couldn't have come at a worse time for NASCAR, and I guess overall for everybody, but especially NASCAR.
Yeah, and that's one thing that they had going for them with the virtual racing is that they, for first time in however many years, on those Sundays where they actually were able to virtual race, that they led in TV ratings, which, as you mentioned, does not happen very often for NASCAR. And so to be able just to even have those guys at their house and virtual racing in their simulators, they slowly but surely, and we'll see, obviously, Talladega, one of the most recognizable racetracks in all of stock car racing. So it's going to be interesting to see how many people tune in for Talladega in just a couple weeks.
All right, well, we're going to take a quick break here before we come back for our Grassland Dairy pre-race show, and we'll be back at SK Speedway in just a moment. Grassland Dairy Products is your match for an exciting new career today. Go to grassland.com to see the opportunities waiting for you. Browse through careers like CDL truck driver, shipping and receiving, line tech, quality assurance, forklift, maintenance tech, inventory associates, and more. Great compensation, weekly pay, and zero premium company-paid health, dental, and life. Apply now at grassland.com or in person at Grassland Dairy Products, Fairground Avenue, just south of Greenwood.
If you have a fear of overpaying, you have FOOP. But don't worry, switch to US Cellular and get a free Samsung Galaxy S25G, plus no activation fees. So you can stream, capture, and post without FOOP. Switch and get a free Samsung Galaxy S25G at US Cellular. Choose fair.
Northside Computers is Marshfield's U.S. Cellular store. Visit us on South Central Avenue in Marshfield for the latest Samsung, Apple, personal cellular devices, tablets, and more.
Taqueria El Sol sirve la comida mexicana más auténtica en Wisconsin Central. Taqueria El Sol está en Marshfield, en Avenida South Central y calle 17. Está abierta cada día. Taqueria El Sol prepara salsa y guacamole cada día. Y tiene un menú con muchas recetas familiares de México.
Taqueria El Sol tiene una tienda de comestibles también. Se venden comidas mexicanas secas, refrigeradas y congeladas para ayudarle a servir la comida mexicana, la más auténtica en Wisconsin Central. Taqueria El Sol en la Avenida South Central in Marshfield.
Hi, I'm Ashley. I'm the director at Little Sprouts. Little Sprouts has been a real great community. It's very family friendly. It feels like a big family to me, and being the new director here, I felt very welcomed into the family. I like the smaller family. Everybody knows everybody, and you all get to know everybody in the center, and we do family activities and much of a family atmosphere.
All right, back here to SK Speedway. Jason Zaleski alongside Steve Maves. Steve Maves will be our play-by-play announcer here for the race, and I will just kind of fill in with whatever tidbits I think I've picked up along the way. Lucas Hoheisel producing today's show. Thanks all for watching. You were in the Grassland Dairy pregame show. Grassland Dairy, exciting, rewarding career opportunities available now at grasslanddairy.com. We'll go through today's race lineup. Before I do, I'll tell you, pretty decent online crowd. I'm not that impressed with it though yet, so make sure to tell your friends, neighbors, and strangers that Live Sports are on Zaleski Sports right now. Let them know how you found us, and they can enjoy a full night of stock car racing here at SK Speedway here tonight right along with us. We've got a little bit though before racing starts. We've still got a pile of kids on the track, and they're going to have to clear those kids as kids night here and family night in that way. And so come on out. Still plenty of time to get out here before the features start. You might miss a heat or two, but that's okay. Just come on out and enjoy the race out here tonight, or just keep watching right here. Either way, you'll see the same thing. All right, Grassland Dairy pre-race show. We'll take you through today's lineups, and we'll start with heat number 1 is going to be pure stocks, and the 8 SR driven by Todd Heyer. 85 is driven by Jeremy Dahl. 95F Devin Fries. The 57 is driven by Brent Mindock, and the 10 JR Brent Haug. The 17 Donnie Greer. 16 is Warren Bartlett. 8 JR is Dustin Heyer. 75 JR, Sean Geiger, and 27H is Travis Hallquist. Then we'll see the Super Stocks after that. And 14X is Leslie Liu, 4X David Elliott, 27 is Matt Daragon, 18 is Steve Tesh, and 22 is Randy Spakak. Vintage heats, and we'll show you the vintage heats on the camera here. Kind of a cool looking lineup of vintage heats, vintage cars out there, and there'll be 2 vintage heats tonight. And as I say them here, you might even see them out there. We'll get the camera zoomed out for you. Number 90 is Charles Bergdorf. 75, Jeremy Allard. 15 is Jeff Allard. 40 is Brian Title. And number 0 is Shannon Bergdorf. Number 20R is Jacob Bergdorf. This is Heat 2. 27, Ralph Pulver. Number 9 is Darren Allard. Number 40 is Jim Strzeski. And then the faster cars come on after that. The B-Mods, 26, Taylor Olson. Number 32 is George Truscott. 40 JR is Tyler Vernon. Number 29 is Chad Selk. We remember Chad from last 2 Fridays ago. Mike Widman in the Next Step Prosthetics 119. And Mike was all over the racetrack in a competitive way a couple Fridays ago. 11 is Justin Weinberger. Number 95X is Kent Baxter. Kent won the B-Mods feature 2 weeks ago. 61 is Andy Carl. Saw a lot of Andy Carl racing shirts when I was walking around here earlier. So a big contingent here cheering on number 61, Andy Carl. And the red one is Dan Wheeler. That is B-Mods. The Hornets, kind of a fun group. The Hornets, there's 4 Hornets here tonight, so they will, I don't believe they're going to have their list as a heat, but I think that's just going to be it. Get out and race the Hornets. Number 2 is Dylan Brusky. We'll find out when they enter the track, right? But I don't know how you do a 4-car heat and then you put them in the feature. They're already there. Number 13N, Jenny Wagner. 10S is Sam Sheehan. And the 114 is Cody Kaiser. Street Stocks, 16X is Kyle Jeanette. Kyle Jeanette, a feature winner from 2 weeks ago. 3J, Jared Lindner. 34 is Sean Claps Jr. Number 54 is Scott Davis. Number 74 is Bruce Stanley. And then rounding things off here tonight is the A-Mods. Number 16 is Cole Varsho. It seems like we called that name as a feature winner 2 weeks ago. He was in the mix somewhere there. Yep. 35B, David Baxter. Number 24, Kevin Rogers. Number 51 is Chris Ertl. And number 3 is Tyler Stiergart. So got a pretty good race lineup here, Steve Maves. That's the names as I know them right now. And looks like the kids now are being escorted off the track, and that can only mean one thing. We're just that much closer to racing here tonight.
Yeah, and they were expecting 7:40, so hopefully once they continue to march them off the track, then get the pre-race stuff all figured out and get racing here this week. A couple weeks ago we didn't start until a little after 8 o'clock. So yeah, hopefully, and it's many fewer cars. Obviously with the Dirt Kings they had 23 in the feature. So yeah, hopefully a nice smooth night here at SK Speedway, and hopefully get started in just a couple moments.
Looks like about half the kids are cleared off the track, as Steve mentioned. Then we'll get the vehicles cleared off the track, and they're going to start conditioning the track right now. I would think, at least I would hope, that the track has got to be all ready to go. I know when we were here 2 weeks ago, they were still working on the track at around this time. Hopefully they had a head start on that, and it looks pretty much tamped down like you might like it, especially as I look in turn 2 where I can see the full sun. That looks like a pretty good racetrack over there, and if that's the case here, then we'll be just about ready to go here pretty soon, I would hope. Again, you are watching the Grassland Dairy pre-race show. Grassland Dairy, exciting career opportunities available now. GrasslandDairy.com. Got just handed a new sheet here. I think everything looks like it's okay. We got a second A-Mod heat. Well, let's see here. Something got added.
Yep.
Let's see if Steve can decipher what got added here, and I'll tell you about that here.
Yeah, A-Mod heat 2.
Well, and I've got a heat.
That's the one they added to yours.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it looks like they may be just, oh, I see what's going on here. So a couple of these drivers are going to race in B mods and A mods. I'm thinking to myself, I said those names already. All right, so let's we'll redo the A mods. Here is added a second heat. So scratch everything you heard from me before, even if it sounds a little bit similar. So here's the A mods for tonight. Heat 1, 16, Cole Varsho. 24 is Kevin Rogers. Number 3 is Tyler Stiergart. Number 29 is Chad Selk. And red 1 is Dan Wheeler. In A mod heat number 2, 35B, David Baxter. 51 is Chris Erdl. 119 is the Next Step Prosthetics. Hot Rod, driven by Mike Widman. Number 32 is George Truscott, and 95X is Kent Baxter. So a number of those drivers also driving in B mods tonight. So we'll give Steve the updated list. He can maybe trash the other one. I think that's the only changes that we saw. Yeah. We'll keep you updated on that. Again, this is the Grassland Dairy pre-race show. Grassland Dairy, exciting, rewarding careers available now. GrasslandDairy.com. All right, Steve, what else? What else we got here?
Yeah, I mean, just as you mentioned, looking at turn 2 a couple weeks ago, we saw when the races started, they were having they were running pretty well around turns 3 and 4, but for the most part, the issues were around turns 1 and 2. So we'll see how they figure that out. They're laying a lot of water around turns 3 and 4, and so we'll see what they how the drivers deal with that during their heats to get ready for the features later on.
So I told a couple people over the last now 13 days, I have never owned a racetrack, and I likely never will. A bunch of people asked me some questions I had no way to answer, which includes getting the track surface ready. But there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of enthusiasm for that, so we'll draw the conclusion that it's going to be ready as soon as we all get it all cleared off here. Again, as a reminder, football fans, we have live football tomorrow at 2 p.m. It is the Marshfield Bandits taking on the La Crosse Rough Riders. You can watch right here on this YouTube channel you're watching on right now. Again, kickoff scheduled for 2 p.m. and the pregame show tomorrow at 1:45. And then on Sunday, it is Marshfield Chaparrals baseball with first pitch at 7 p.m. and a special pregame show with the Chaparrals. Chaparral's general manager, CEO, and just Mr. Everything, Jason Good, will be with us, and he's going to tell us all about the upcoming Marshfield Chaparrals season, and make sure to mention some special sponsors that the Chaparrals have added this year and have had throughout the years. Of course, the Chaparrals, Steve, won 5-2 in their season opener on Wednesday night, and we saw the Marshfield Bandits play against a somewhat of an all-star team last Saturday in the Minnesota Grizzlies. Marshfield Chaparrals have assembled what I would consider an all-star team with some of the finest. Whoever's laying around that doesn't play in the major leagues is essentially playing for the Chaparrals, and that is looking to be a really good baseball team.
Yeah, and you saw it on Wednesday, as you mentioned. Pitching was excellent. Started with Ethan Peters, a guy that we had in the house quite a few times last summer, a member of the Post 9 Rangers in Wisconsin Rapids Legion. And the batting order seemed to be very good from top to bottom, with a couple Kromenackers and Donovan Brandel. Just a couple names that I remember calling last year. A couple guys from Abbotsford, I think you mentioned.
That's right, yeah. Victor Gonzalez, Luis Rivera. Abbotsford not able to field a team this year, so their best two players are now with the Chaparrals.
And that kind of goes, as you just mentioned, what happened with the Minnesota Grizzlies for football. A couple of teams folded in their league, and they all combined into this one monster team. And they for sure showed it last week. But the Bandits scoring a touchdown last week in the fourth quarter, getting a little more confidence back up, and going up against a team this week in the Rough Riders that I'm sure are hoping to be able to just stick around with, make it a little more competitive than it was last week. But a lot of fun just to be able to go out to Columbus Catholic High School, call some football. Obviously, this is, as I mentioned last week on the football broadcast, not the sport that I would have expected to be calling in the middle or at summertime, but whatever we can do, it's a great time. Had a lot of people commenting and tuning in, which was great. And just hopefully we can continue to bring you some good football, as you had Dylan Pawn and Zachary Wheeler-Savoy on yesterday or day before yesterday, and just hoping those guys get a couple more opportunities wide receiver-wise, and see if they can put up some more points than they did last week against, again, an all-star caliber team in the Minnesota Grizzlies.
Yeah, looking forward to that. The La Crosse Rough Riders lost a defensive battle in the game that played after that against the Minnesota or Twin Cities SaberCats, and 9-6 score. So we'll see what Marshfield can do with the Rough Riders tomorrow. Not quite as an all-star ensemble for the La Crosse team, and not that should be of any worry or any consideration for the Bandits. So they just need to go out and play their game and play the best they can no matter who the opponent is. But they'll have the benefit of not playing probably the best non-Vikings or Gophers football team that the state of Minnesota has put together. I mean, those are some pure athletes on that team, some with collegiate experience and some that will play collegiately. And it looks like a number of the Marshall Bandits are past that. So you just all the things you got to take into account. Yep. But again, we're here at the racetrack tonight. SK Speedway is where we are. We have heard from, we talked about that 119 hot rod driven by Mike Widman, Next Step Prosthetics. And Cheyenne Harn, the proprietor there at Next Step, has checked in online. And so we thank Cheyenne for watching. He may actually be on his way here, so we may literally hear from Cheyenne right here when Widman drives that Next Step Prosthetics car around the racetrack. But we've got some more motion here in the infield, some things kind of breaking loose. Saw some American flags head down the other way, and I think we've got just about all the kids cleared off the racetrack. So we will bring a close to our Grassland Dairy pre-race show. Grassland Dairy, exciting, rewarding career opportunities available now at grasslanddairy.com. Another quick break. We'll be back for live racing right after this.
Grassland Dairy Products is your match for an exciting new career today. Go to grassland.com to see the opportunities waiting for you. Browse through careers like CDL truck driver, shipping and receiving, line tech, quality assurance, forklift, maintenance tech, inventory associates, and more. Great compensation, weekly pay, and zero premium, company paid health, dental, and life. Apply now at grassland.com or in person at Grassland Dairy Products, Fairground Avenue, just south of Greenwood.
Witness the difference of a Catholic education at Columbus Catholic Schools.
I think everyone should just know what makes this place special.
Come and see. That's just what the Lord always said, and put your toe in the water. There are great schools, and it's a good fit. I'd always want them to come and to just feel the goodness and the family atmosphere.
I invite everyone just to come in and see what it's about and to see if it might be right for them and their family.
We invite you to schedule a tour today.
Are you living with a prosthesis that is causing discomfort or pain? You have options, and I'm here to help. Hi, my name is Shai. I'm the owner of Next Step Prosthetics in Marshfield. You have a choice where you go for prosthetic care. My focus and specialty is providing a prosthesis that you enjoy wearing to help you get your life back. Why wait another day? Call to set up a free, no obligation evaluation. Let's take the next step together to a better life.
For over 50 years, Abbey Bank has been providing financial services to local families and businesses. What makes us different? We make banking about you. We have a strong partnership with the communities we serve, helping families grow, helping business grow, and celebrating important moments with new programs and facilities, support for our youth, and help for those most in need. Abbey Bank invests in its communities and gives back locally, with locations in Abbotsford, Appleton, Gresham, Medford, Shawano, Wausau, and Weston, and is an equal housing lender, member FDIC. Jason Zaleski here to tell you that Hewitt's Meat has you covered with easy and simple home delivery. That's right, Hewitt's Meat will deliver your favorite meat, treats, sides, and snacks right to your door. All you need to do is email online store at hewittsmeats.com for your order form,
Fill it out, send it back, and Hewitt's Meats will deliver to your door in Marshfield, Hewitt, Auburndale, and Chile. Again, email to online store at hewittsmeats.com to get started. Of course, you can still visit the store on Downwind Drive in Marshfield and visit Hewitt's Meat on Facebook today. Wondering what to feed your team after work, the game, or this weekend? Chips Hamburgers in Marshfield and Wisconsin Rapids has tasty, char-broiled burgers for any hungry appetite. From the classic hamburger to the famous Chips Champ and everything in between, check out our daily specials. Stop inside to enjoy your meal with comfortable seating. See our complete menu of burgers, hot ham and cheese, hot beef, chicken and fish, fries, rings, curds, and ice cream served year-round. In a hurry? Same great menu in the drive-thru. Chips Hamburgers in Marshfield and Wisconsin Rapids. All right, Samantha Ganese singing our national anthem here, and Steve, Lucas, and I have the privilege and honor of hearing many a national anthem, and that one ranks right up there. That was very well done.
Very, very well done. Yes, excellent. Makes you just get into that, as you mentioned earlier, one of America's pastimes, racing, and that just gets you in the mood even a little bit more. Excellent job.
Yeah, very, very nicely done, and we're going to see our race car lineup here head off the track, and we're going to get our first heat underway here momentarily with Pure Stocks, and we'll let Steve will let you know about those when those drivers come on the track. But first, we got to shed ourselves of the 45 cars that are on the track right now, get them out of the way. This leaves us time to thank new sponsors that have come aboard here in the last, since we talked to you last anyway. Let's see, Northside Computers. Northside Computers on South Central Avenue in Marshfield is Marshfield's authorized U.S. cellular store. Yeah. Tire Town Auto, located just south of Marshfield on the roundabout. Tire Town with 24-hour towing and full auto service at Tire Town Auto. Alan Johnson State Farm, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. We'll talk about Alan Johnson State Farm a little bit later during the features, as one of the things Alan does for us is he sponsors our play of the game, and in this case, maybe our racer of the night. We'll kind of play that one by ear a little bit, see how we work in Alan Johnson State Farm in the broadcast. And Badger Title. Badger Title, located in Marshfield's sunny north side. And Badger Title is an old sponsor, and we're happy to have Cheryl Davina and the rest of the folks at Badger Title back with us. And one of the things I found out over at Badger Title is that they are open, and with a lot of the bank lobbies in the area still closed, you're trying to figure out, I'm going to buy a house or whatever, and I need to go to the closing. Where the heck am I going? And Badger Title is happy to host, and so you do have a choice in your title service, in your new real estate purchase, and we recommend you choose Badger Title of Marshfield. And Mid-State Technical College, Mid-State coming back in the fold. That was just a couple hours ago, and Mid-State will be heavily involved with our 18U Girls Fast Pitch Softball League. We had our first night for Fast Pitch Softball on Monday night, and we'll bring you Fast Pitch Softball every Monday night. And Midstate also is heavily involved in our, for what I've termed it now, our American Legion replacement season, which we looked at some schedules Steve and I did earlier, June 28th. So that is 16 days from now. We will have 19U boys baseball, which was previously known as American Legion baseball. That'll come back here in central Wisconsin. So thank you to all the new sponsors. Thank you to all of our current sponsors and everybody else. If sponsorship and being part of live sports here in central Wisconsin is your thing, we are in the 60 days of summer on Zaleski Sports right now. Over 90 broadcasts during the months of June and July because we are just ridiculously stupid. 7 days a week. We've got, there is, we mentioned already, Marshfield Chaparrals, Bandits, that's football, golf, volleyball, baseball, fast pitch, softball, I think, and auto racing. I think that's everything. I think we hit everybody there. But it looks like, Steve, our first heat here is ready, and we'll turn it back to Steve Maves for our lineups here for this heat number 1 tonight.
Yeah, and before that,
please.
A couple weeks ago, we saw how low these drivers got going around the corners, and because of all the rain that we've got the last couple days and the track conditions, you can see that they have moved the barricades or moved some of the stuff up. You can see the big tires around where drivers would usually go low to get around the corners. They got to get middle to higher up on the corner, so that's going to be very interesting to see how they go about doing that throughout the heat. Get them warmed up for the heats, and then get them ready for the features. So that's just one thing that I noticed during now and during the national anthem and stuff, that they were getting that stuff set up. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they run the track now that those are there.
Yeah, we turned the camera to that, Steve, so you can see that tire right in the middle of the screen there was not in the middle of the screen 2 weeks ago. It's moved up out of that water there, and so a little bit different strategy for these drivers. They certainly can't run the same line they did 2 weeks ago. Yeah,
absolutely. And one of those things, seeing how the Dirt Kings ran a couple weeks ago, how low they got going around those corners, which some people drifting around the corners, and how low they got. So it'll be interesting to see how the pure stocks do with that. Just a handful of them. Only 7 of them out there. They got 10 scheduled. So
all right, here comes one more.
One.
So one by one.
Yeah. Get back out into the pits. Get your car reset.
It's the 16 coming on late, but there's still time. They're going to let them out here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm guessing there are only 5 laps. On here it says 5. It looks like 5 minutes, but I'm guessing 5 laps for the heats, and then we can figure out for the feature later on tonight. So, getting excited, getting ready. As got 8 of them out there now as they get ready to go green in just a couple moments.
All right, well, we're certainly looking forward to it. Steve, go ahead. You can we'll just rip off all 10 of them here, and if we do have a late scratch, we can let everybody know.
All right, 8 SR, Todd Heyer, 85, Jeremy Dahl, 95 F, Devin Fries, 57, Brent Mindock, 10 JR, Brent Haug, 17, Donnie Geiger, 16, Warren Bartle, 8 JR, Dustin Heyer, 75 JR, Sean Geiger, and 27H, Travis Hulquist. So we will make sure we get all those names to you throughout, and if any pronunciations are wrong, please let me know. As they move them up the track, get them ready for heat number 1 here on this beautiful Friday night in Unity, Wisconsin.
Yeah, good to hear the cars going. We've been, just like 2 weeks ago, we've been waiting all day for this. And good to see these guys moving here, get wheels going. But it looks like we do have a couple scratches, though, huh, Steve?
Yeah. Hallquist out there? Yeah, and we'll try and figure them out throughout. Right. But 2 of them, late scratches.
I don't see anybody else rolling towards us, and these guys are grouped up here together. So this is going to be it. This will be our 8 coming up here. This is heat number 1 of the night. Thanks for watching.
Todd Heyer, Jeremy Dahl in the front row, guessing they just go 1, 2, 3. So
yeah, we got one more warm-up lap. Yep.
95, Devin Fries, Brent Mindock, 57. Got the other 8 there, Justin Heyer, 10 JR, Brent Haug, 27 in the back row there, Travis Hallquist, and one more, or I guess 3/4 of a lap left before we get going.
Yeah, flag stand has green in his hand, so we are just that much closer here. It's exciting seeing they're loud, and that's part of the. I mean, here, and we do have one coming on right now. So this will be interesting to see. He's going to be at least a half a lap, if not 3/4 of a lap down when he starts. But coming around the corner here, Steve, it's going to be green flag at SK Speedway.
And they are very bunched together as we get going. To start off, 8JR is Dustin Heyer, as he is in the first spot, making their way around on their first lap of heat number 1 here tonight. Just Jeremy Dahl in the 85, 95 is Devin Fries. Those are your first 3 as they drift around corner number 4. 57, Brent Mindock. 10, Brent Haug. As 85, Jeremy Dahl takes over the lead from Dustin Heyer. And a slow and a big crash in the back, and the caution will come out as 57 Brent Mindock got turned around on the back stretch and collected a couple of cars with him, including Travis Hallquist and Todd Heyer.
Yeah, first altercation of the night, and that's all part of racing here. But yeah, I saw that kind of developing as those two were getting a little bit jammed up in the back, and he's going to head off the track there.
Yeah, he had some damage to the front right, or the front right of his car.
And what number was that?
I believe that because that's.
Well, that's the red 26 there, right? No.
That's 8J. That's 8SR on the track. So I believe that was Dustin Heyer.
Yep, that would make sense. So Dustin Heyer, 8JR, is off, and here comes that late car I was talking about. 2 of them, so 17 and 18 are rolling out here. Donnie Geiger, and we don't even have a
70
or 75. My apologies,
like, yep.
Sean Geiger, 75 JR. So they're already 3 laps down. So I'm not sure how that figures, but one thing is, I guess, with Dustin Heyer leaving, they may be able to pick up the laps and actually put him in last place, and with the 57 getting tow service out there, so those 2 maybe come in and at least finish higher than 8th and 9th.
Yeah, and just get their little warm up before the feature later on tonight.
Yep.
And knowing that obviously that they were late entries onto the track, that they wouldn't be able to draw a good spot in the feature. So, and Sean and Donnie, both of them coming on late, as Jason just mentioned, as we get just a couple of moments as they take off Mindock on the 3rd corner.
Yeah, and again, that was Mindock and the 8JR of Dustin Heyer. They got tangled up right there on the backstretch, and Heyer was able to at least limp his off the track, and Mindock is going to need this extra assistance here to get off. And hate to lose your car in the heat, but it may have this may actually be the result for those 2.
Well, and that's what we saw when they started up. They were, 8 cars right next, really bumper to bumper the whole way when they started. So not really surprising the first go around on the track tonight to test it out a little bit on that backstretch, maybe dried out a little bit faster than the others as the sun continues to beat down back there. So as they take away Brent Mindock and his 57 car down the backstretch.
Yeah, too bad for Mindock. Again, we'll see about Heyer if he's able to get back out, or at least maybe get back out for the feature. But it looks as though Mindock may have raced just the 3 laps tonight and may have to put on the hauler and work on it back at home.
Yeah, one or two, and they'll get bunched right back up again and get going up probably 2 or 3 laps left from all I know, and
yeah,
that's
it'll be
not
a short.
much.
Well, it'll be a short fin. It'll be a sprint to the finish when they are back here. As we'll see, they may give him 3 coming back here, but we'll see here. They've got our flagman on the ground here. He's going to give us a little bit of clue as he comes back around.
Jeremy Dahl made a nice move during the second lap to get that first place spot, and he is in the 85 car. So we go Jeremy Dahl, Todd Heyer, Devin Fries, Brent Haug, 16 Warren Bartle, 27 Travis Hallquist, and then the Geigers, Sean and Donnie. And they will get bunched up as...
Yeah, we're still going to have 1 to go on this this turn around here, so we're close. We're close, and right now, I'm not going to belabor the point. That'll be the last time I say it until it happens, but we still have lights here tonight, as we natural sunlight tonight. But yeah, we're figuring out a full deal here. So 1 to go. There'll be white for green flag next time around.
Yep, they got all bunched up, as I thought at first. Todd Heyer was going to take first, but Jeremy Dahl will take his first place spot on the inside, and that is where and how they will start in the last couple laps here for heat number 1 of the Pure Stocks here tonight at SK Speedway, and they are about to go underway.
There we go, green flag at SK Speedway.
Jeremy Dahl in the inside corner. He is in first place, and going high is Todd Heyer in the 8 SR, and number 10 Brent Haug is in the very bright car on the inside corner as well. They drift around turns 3 and 4. The Geigers in the back as Dahl and Heyer battle for first place on the inside corner. And Dahl comes away, as of right now, in first place, with Heyer quickly on his tail on the back stretch.
He's testing that high line back there. And again, a lot of these heats, you're just kind of testing your lines here, but these guys are racing right now. Yeah,
Heyer overtakes Dahl. They go door to door, and Heyer going to try and fend off Dahl, as Dahl went high last time. Heyer went low, and that time much of the same but different result, as Heyer will stay with first. Haug trying to overtake Dahl now for second, going around the corners 1 and 2.
Yep, got through that turn 1, did Heyer, and didn't like that line. It looks like, though, he's going to give us another shot coming around here, but he's found a line I think he likes, but just kind of toying around with a second one.
Bump and run there for Dahl as he overtakes Heyer, and again, trying to figure out what line to go with, the tires breaking you away from the inside, as Dahl is in first place now. Going around turns 3 and 4. Dahl, Heyer. Got Hallquist, who was in that crash, as he's in third place now, as the dust continues to pick up here at SK Speedway. As all the way back now is Brent Haug to third to last, as coast to coast comes Jeremy Dahl, as the white flag is out. Final lap here in heat number 1. Dahl, Heyer, and Hallquist 1, 2, and 3 as they run here on the final lap. Also in there, Devin Fries, he's in fourth, and this is how they will finish. It will be Dahl, Heyer, Hallquist. It'll be Fries. Got Donnie Geiger. Got Brent Haug. And 16 there, Warren Bartle. And coming up the back is Sean Geiger. That was heat number 1 here at SK Speedway here on this Friday night.
All right, so we got one heat underway. Pretty exciting stuff there. Again, a lot of these guys just kind of seeing how their tune-ups translated on the track, and they've got that kind of figured out. We saw different racers testing out different lines, different ways to enter, different ways to exit the corners, and a lot learned there on that first heat. And coming up next, we've got Super Stocks. We'll take a quick commercial break here. Back for more racing at SK Speedway after this. Chili Implement, located just north of Highway 10 in Chili, is your place for Kubota zero-turn mowers. If your lawn is big or small, we have all the lawn care solutions for you. Check out our 60-inch deck. Kubota powerful, precise, proven. Chili Implement is your choice for Kubota, Case IH, and Gale. Chili Implement, open 6 days a week to serve you. Chili Implement.
Rally at the Alley tonight at Strike Time Lanes in Neilsville. Strike Time Lanes open at 4 Monday through Friday and 11 Saturday and Sunday. Happy hour Monday through Friday from 4 to 6. Cheer on the team tonight and then rally at the Alley after the game. Strike Time Lanes is your Packers headquarters on Sunday. Enter to win a flat screen TV. Strike Time Lanes in Neilsville is also your place for Fish Fry Friday. Rally at the Alley tonight and every night at Strike Time Lanes.
All right, back here to SK Speedway in Unity, and I've kind of given people a radius. If you're within this many miles, you still got time. I'm going to tell you right now, if you are within 15, 20 miles, you still have time. Otherwise, just stay put. Keep watching on that. Well, we don't want you to get hurt on the way here. And, and then just plan better next week. That's what I'll tell you about that. But, all right, one lap, this is the final lap here. Super Stocks, and Super Stocks getting ready to go.
Leslie Lau.
Yep.
David Elliott, Matt Duragan, Steve Tesh, and Randy Spacek will be your 5 drivers here in Super Stocks.
Well, it'll be easy to keep track of.
Lau will start first in the 14X, and Green is out. And quickly, Randy Spacek jumps from last to first, coming around the second turn, and you can tell he has got the fastest car so far here.
Well, yeah, he took that one really hot into turns 3 and 4. But that speed, though, we'll see if he can corral that speed.
Yeah, you saw him coming out during warm-ups. He was going pretty fast, too, as Randy out in front. Leslie second in the 14 car. Matt Duragan in the 27. In the 4 goes David Elliott and Steve Tesh in the 18 in the green. As the dust continues to fly here, as down into the water goes David Elliott and hopping around, and he gets back out onto the track.
Yeah, we stay green here through that.
Spacek in first. Now in second goes Matt Duragan, and Steve Tesh gets into the back of Leslie as they're battling for third, and back in it is David Elliott as he again went up and down into the infield and is battling, seeing if he can get into that 4th spot with Leslie Lau. Randy out in front by a large margin, and Matt Duragan in second, Steve Tesh in third, Leslie Lau in 4th, and Randy Spacek in 5th. Randy's race to win now as David Elliott trying to fight all the way back to get into that 4th spot. And
Spacek's car here, Steve, is just hooked up. It is. He has found his way around this track. And that first lap, he took those turns really hot, but he's got it all ironed out now, and he has given himself almost a half a lap lead here.
As the white flag comes out, final lap here in the Super Stock heat number 1, and the only heat of the night for Super Stocks before their feature, and it will run as that. Randy Spacek in first, Matt Duragan in second, Steve Tesh in third, Leslie Lau in 4th, and David Elliott will finish in 5th as he came all the way back, had a battle for 4th place, did David Elliott, and he'll get his car worked on before the feature later on tonight. So heat number 2 of the night is done, and Randy Spacek wins it by a half a lap.
Yeah, just those last few laps there, Steve, you could just tell how much better Spacek was than everybody else, as again he had nearly a half a lap lead on everybody else, and if that race goes another 10 laps, he's lapping cars, if not lapping the entire field. We'll see what he does coming back out for the feature, but that was some kind of an impressive race. And now Spacek over here in turn 3 may have lost ignition may have lost something here, but they're coming out to. Well, now he's got his car moving. I'm not exactly sure what might have happened there. I thought maybe for a moment he lost ignition on that car, but they were just sitting out there, kind of relaxing.
Yeah, they came out to him pretty quickly to make sure everything was all right, as he will head to the infield for inspection. But Randy with a very impressive win here in heat number 2 of the night. As the vintage cars come out now, vintage heat number 1. You saw these guys come out for the lineup, and that was quite the scene. These are some very unique, obviously pretty cool cars.
Steve, we found out earlier in the week that Nasonville Dairy is a 2020 Processor Grant Award winner. Congratulations to Nasonville Dairy. Nasonville Dairy, fresh cheese curds made daily. NasonvilleDairy.com had a chance to talk over from Nasonville. She was the grant writer for that grant, and I had a chance to talk to Sarah, find out more about what that money is going to be used for. Almost $7,000 awarded to Nasonville Dairy in that grant, and one of the priorities at Nasonville Dairy always, and including in this grant, is just making sure to give back to local farmers. You can see what Sarah had to say on Facebook. Just go to Zaleski Sports Wisconsin and see what Sarah had to say. But again, congratulations to Nasonville Dairy, 2020 Process Award grant winner, Nasonville Dairy, fresh cheese curds made daily, NasonvilleDairy.com.
As we get you ready for heat number 3 of the night, heat number 1 here of the vintage, he's got number 90, Charles Bergdorf, 75, Jeremy Allard, 15, Jeff Allard, 40, Brian Teitel, and number 0, Shannon Bergdorf in the vintage cars. They might have one more. Nope, they're going green, as they will here in heat number 1 of the vintage cars.
Yeah, not quite the speed of the super stocks, but this will be a fun race though anyway.
Yeah, see how they run, see how they maneuver around the track, as Jeremy Allard in the blue car is in first place now, as Charles Bergdorf in second. And number 40, Brian Teitel. 15 goes Jeff Allard, and 0, Shannon Bergdorf. Your running order, as Jeremy Allard out in a large lead to begin things.
Yeah, he has just blasted out of a cannon here, otherwise known as SK Speedway, and I was just saying, not quite as fast as the super stocks. I stand corrected. These guys are zipping around the racetrack.
The Allard in first, as about half a lap already ahead of everybody else. What I've noticed of these guys, bigger guys in smaller cars. As going high around corner number 3, or corner number 1 was Jeff Allard. Jeremy will have don't want to jinx it, but off to an easy finish here in his heat. Charles Bergdorf in second. Brian Teitel, Jeff Allard, and Shannon Bergdorf. The 3 is going slow now, is Jeff Allard. Something might have happened to his car.
Yeah, it looks like the real race here is for 3rd and 4th. We'll keep an eye on those and let you know if something else transpires. We'll keep the camera on the 3rd and 4th position here for the next couple laps.
That is Shannon Bergdorf and Brian Teitel, along with Charles Bergdorf in second. As heading off will be Jeremy Allard in the victory area, and coming out and now into the infield was Jeff Allard in the 15. And again, as Jason was mentioning, a battle for 3rd as Shannon Bergdorf goes low, trying to hold off Brian Teitel for that 3rd spot. The white flag is out, and Shannon Bergdorf into 3rd place. Slowly coming around corner number 3 and 4, as Bergdorf will hold on to that 3rd place, and Jeremy Allard will head on to the victory here in the heat. And now got to keep an eye out on that 3rd and 4th place position, as Charles Bergdorf will finish in second. Shannon trying to be right behind him, and will finish in 3rd place. Shannon Bergdorf in 3rd, and Brian Teitel finishes in 4th.
Just one of those things there, and I know all these racers and their friends and families, they come back and they watch this broadcast tonight and tomorrow morning, And I hope they understand, but sometimes you get a big lead like that, you're not going to get much camera time. And congratulations to Jeremy Allard, but that was an exciting race there for 3rd and 4th, just as it turned out, and making sure to show the people at home all the excitement here at SK Speedway. In that particular race, Steve, it just happened to be the 3rd and 4th place cars. Yeah, and that was as Shannon Bergdorf was kind of laying back a little bit, as it seemed, a little bit at the beginning, and then took over that 3rd place spot. So have another Bergdorf in heat number 2 of the vintage. Jacob Bergdorf, Ralph Pulver, Darren Allard, and Jim Strasky, I believe. Yep. Yeah, Strasky in the Strasecki. There you go. Well, I got to leave it to a Polak like me to be able to figure those things out, Steve. Marshfield Country Club is located just west of Marshfield on County Road H. Enjoy 18 holes of golfing along the picturesque Yellow River with golf available for all skill levels. Marshfield Country Club also has a full menu including burgers, sandwiches, and homemade pizza. Marshfield Country Club restaurant is also fun at night. Make your tee time now by visiting golfmcc.com. We say it just about every broadcast. Can't thank the golf courses enough. Yeah, no, man. Holmes River Edge Public Golf Course, beautiful course. Marshfield Country Club, just don't want to say spoiled, but we're kind of spoiled with as nice of golf courses we have, especially in Wood County, all over the place. And can't thank them enough. Absolutely all summer so far. As the green flag will be out. Jacob Bergdorf in the 20, Ralph Pulver in the 27, Darren Allard in the 9, and Jim Strasecki in the 40. A little different setup of cars as it was in the first heat of these two, as Darren Allard looking to see if he can overtake first place. It's going to be a good battle the whole way between Bergdorf and Allard for sure. And going low that time was Bergdorf to hang on to first place. Yeah, Bergdorf has the track figured out for now, but big run on the backside. We may have a lead change coming around. Bergdorf a little loose in the backstretch, and Allard and Bergdorf continue as, again, the car's a little different in setup and a little different in their appearance for sure. And now back to first place goes Darren Allard, excuse me. Yeah, you said Allard getting a little loose, and he remains loose coming around the track. And see if he can hold it together enough to bring home the win here in this heat. But he's got himself about a 4 or 5 car length lead right now. But he's a little spunky on that backstretch each time down. And it's something that we had talked about a little bit earlier about how this track would run with the sun continuing to just dominate that backstretch as we see the water tanker getting ready to possibly go out before the next heat. But if Allard is able to hang on, it's going to be a battle of the vintage cars in the feature of Darren Allard and Jeremy Allard. So it's going to be a good battle for the feature of the vintage cars later on. As Darren Allard, Jacob Bergdorf, Ralph Pulver, and Jim Strasecki round out the 4 here before we get going to the B mods in heat number 5 of the night. Darren Allard continues as the white flag is out. Half a lap left, 1 lap left. Yeah, he's maintained this 5-6 car length lead for the majority of this race, and it looks like he's going to be able to bring it home for the heat win. Darren Allard with first place, Jacob Bergdorf with second, Ralph Pulver in third, and Jim Strasecki in fourth place to round out our vintage cars here in the heats. As we await them in the features later on this evening, we get to B mods, Hornets, Street Stocks, and A mods in the next handful of heats here at SK Speedway. Yeah, all right. So, pretty good stuff. Pretty good stuff so far. I don't really have a lot else to say about that. Looking forward to these features, as some of these guys are going to go toe-to-toe, bumper-to-bumper here, I think. Pretty, especially in these vintage cars here. They're, I think, going to have give us some pretty good racing here tonight. Yeah, everybody's kind of fairly similar, especially these two heat winners. And when they go back and they redraw for starting position. If a couple of those faster cars happen to, say, be in that second, third, fourth row, pick their way through the field, that'll make for some very, very exciting racing. Let me tell you, Steve, about Hopped Well Drilling Incorporated of Auburndale. Talked about this during our golf broadcast. Both the Zaleski home base and the Hoheisel home base have Hopped Well water, and it is crisp, clear, cold, refreshing water provided by Hopped Well Drilling. Hopped Well Drilling Incorporated of Auburndale is a fourth generation homegrown business right here in central Wisconsin. That's 4 generations of business know-how, 4 generations of giving back to the central Wisconsin community, being part of our community, supporting and celebrating local events like this race broadcast is what Hopped Well Drilling Incorporated is all about. Also, irrigation wells and other irrigation work is available now, and Hopped Well Drilling Incorporated will give you a hand with that. We mentioned the water truck, and the water truck making some laps here. And the heat time for the water truck here tonight, but that'll make sure, or that'll tell us we need a quick commercial break before the B-Mods come back. We'll be back to SK Speedway in just a moment.
Stay comfortable all year round with Custom Heating and Cooling of Neillsville and Marshfield. Whether you have new construction or looking for a replacement, Custom Heating and Cooling will find the most energy-efficient rood furnace for your home. You can choose 60-month no-interest financing with easy monthly payments when you choose Custom Heating and Cooling. Custom Heating and Cooling is also your LP choice with customized payment plans and friendly delivery. Family-owned and operated, insured, licensed, certified, experienced. Custom Heating and Cooling puts the custom in customer. Grassland Dairy Products is your match for an exciting new career today. Go to grassland.com to see the opportunities waiting for you. Browse through careers like CDL truck driver, shipping and receiving, line tech, quality assurance, forklift, maintenance tech, inventory associates, and more. Great compensation, weekly pay, and zero premium company paid health, dental, and life. Apply now at grassland.com or in person at Grassland Dairy Products, Fairground Avenue, just south of Greenwood. Nasonville Dairy, family owned and operated, bringing you fresh cheese curds made daily, along with many other varieties of Wisconsin-made cheeses and treats. Don't forget to check out our cheese and sausage trays for your upcoming parties and cheese and sausage gift packages for the holiday season or any other special occasion. Nasonville Dairy, located just southwest of Marshfield on US Highway 10, nasonvilledairy.com.
All right, so we're here with Kim Hyman. Kim, Nasonville Dairy, 125 years in the making. Tell us about that.
You know, it's fantastic. It was the first plant built in Wood County back in 1885. Sal Nason and his family came here, and they started a small dairy plant. Eventually that plant burnt down, but then they rebuilt onto this same facility, and our family moved here in the late 60s in 1968 and took it over from there, and it's been just a fantastic growth. Great community, great people we have working for us. Oh, it's an open market. It's huge. You know, the opportunity for the diversity in the cheese industry is fantastic, and you have to be that way in order to sell a lot of product. And so we've got a great group of people working on the research and development side for us. So it's been really fortunate for us. Oh, right. We have 185 farm families that market their milk through us here at Nasonville Dairy. And we are so lucky we have like the best dairy farms in not only in central Wisconsin, but in the United States, marketing milk through us. So we're just really fortunate on that side.
Actually, we started in 1968. Our father brought us here from another cheese plant in Wisconsin. We had come from the cheese business. We've always been in the business. We had moved around the state in different parts. He brought us here about that time. The plant ran 7,500 pounds of milk at that time, and now runs about 1.5 million a day. So. We originally started out with making cheddar, and now we make cheddar, Colby, Monterey, Farmer's cheese, pizza cheese, Quesa Blanca, Quesa de Friar, Seco, Parma, Romano, Asiago, Fontina, Feta Caseri, Cafetieri, Cafla Graviera, as well as making some Gouda Edam and a little bit of Munster on occasion.
All right, back to SK Speedway as we get ready for B-Mods. Heat number 1 and heat 1 of 1.
Yep.
And they're going to pile 9 cars out here, Steve, and that'll be fun. The B-Mods going to rip around here just a little bit faster than everybody else, and we're expecting to have a little bit of fun here during these heats. We probably had the most fun announcing, because we didn't get to do the Dirt Kings, the B-Mods and the A-Mods last week, and so the B-Mods will hit the track here now.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time. 2 laps left, I believe that's what they're showing up. And so we'll go through the lineup here. 26 car, Taylor Olson. 32, George Truscott. 40 JR, Tyler Vernon. 29, we saw him in the victory lane, I believe, a couple weeks ago, Chad Selk. 119, Mike Widman. In the 11, Justin Weinberger. 95X, Kent Baxter. Very good car a couple weeks ago. 61, Andy Carl. And the red 1 is Dan Wheeler as they get ready with the green flag coming up in just a minute.
Yeah, again, we show you the Next Step Prosthetics hot rod out there. One of our sponsors, Next Step Prosthetics. So if you wonder, well, geez, why are you not showing my car so close? Well, let us know. We'll get you on the sponsor lineup there.
Taylor Olson will begin things in the 26. George Truscott in the 32 on the outside as Truscott takes it high, and he will battle for that first place. And it looks like he might have gotten it out for the backstretch. The 29 comes Chad Selk. He had a fast car a couple weeks ago and battling for that second place. And he gets second place in front of Taylor Olson and Tyler Vernon.
Hey, Steve, they're coming 3 and 4 wide. On that first turn on the first lap, they went 4 wide in the corner. Coming down here in turns 3, they came in 3 wide. Everybody's still rolling on 4 wheels.
It's going to be a good battle throughout for George Truscott and Chad Selk in the 32 and 29. Battle in the back there with Kent Baxter and Mike Widman. As George Truscott continues to hold on to the lead with Tyler Vernon coming up in that third place spot in the 40 car.
Again, everybody trying to find out how deep they need to dig into these corners to rip it around and get their preferred line, and a lot of learning left to be done. As we mentioned at the top, the track has changed with those turns and the push the banking out, so a lot of learning here being done right now.
As it looks like George Truscott continues to hang on to that lead in the 32 car. Chad Selk in the 29 still trying to battle, as you can see him going a little faster into the third corner, kind of bumping sometimes going into the corners with his 29 car. Battle in the back here with Kent Baxter and company, Mike Widman. As George Truscott continues to hold on to lead, came into the corner 3 and 4 a little slow. Did Chad Selk, lost a little bit of time to Tyler Vernon and George Truscott as they battle for that second, third, and fourth spots with number 11 Justin Weinberger in the 11. And Truscott hangs on to the lead, continues to hang on to the lead as Mike Widman in the 119 along with Kent Baxter and the 61 of Andy Carl. 26 of Taylor Olson, who started first, and Dan Wheeler in the red 1. As it looks like the flag guy is looking for the white flag to come out.
Yeah, I forgot where you put it there. And sometimes you got to remember where your flags are, but it'll be 1 to go this time around.
The battle continues for first through third. Chad Selk gained a little bit of spot with the white flag coming out. George Truscott might take this from beginning to end. As Selk picked up a little extra time coming around. As George Truscott will come into the final stretch. He will win this heat. Chad Selk second. Tyler Vernon comes in third. Justin Weinberger in fourth. Andy Carl in fifth. Kent Baxter in sixth. Mike Widman in seventh. Dan Wheeler in eighth. And in ninth comes Taylor Olson. A very competitive, good heat here in the B-Mods, our fifth heat of the evening.
the thing I was most impressed with there, because it didn't look like it at times, is all 9 cars are going to head off on all 4 wheels. As there were some guys getting after it out there in that heat, and they are very fortunate to head out here and pretty much have the hot rod that they came in with. They'll work on some things back in the pits, and especially some of those in that back half. Got a couple things to work on, but everybody will tune up on a couple of things. But there was a lot of bumping going on, and especially those first 3 laps, going 3, sometimes 4 wide through those corners. It looked like we were going to have somebody tipped or into the wall at different points during the first, say, again, 3 or 4 laps of that race.
Well, and that's tough, especially for the cars, as you mentioned, going those 3 and 4 wides, not really having a whole lot of time out on the track today. We got here a little bit later, so don't know if they had any practice laps or not. So running out here for the first time in a couple weeks, possibly needing to figure that out. And again, just impressive that nobody wrecked in the heat for the B-Mods, as Jason's favorite car is coming out now, the Hornets.
Dang right they are. Another favorite here is Bauer & Fine Business Technologies. Bauer & Fine Business Technologies is your complete office technology solution. For 60 years, Bauer & Fine has been serving school districts, municipalities, counties, religious organizations of all denominations, and businesses in Wisconsin and beyond. Visit b-bt.com and let Bauer & Fine Business Technologies be your complete office technology solution. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Bauer & Fine and a huge fan of the Hornets, as again, I've seen these cars now, and I kind of, try to envision myself what I think I could race. It would be one of these, and with only 3 on the track, all I had to do was just probably roll my Chevy Traverse out here, and I would have finished 4th. I would have been happy with that.
They sent the tow truck to the back, as I don't know if they were having trouble getting the 4th car out, but it runs Dylan Brewski, Jenny Wagner, Sam Shaheen, and Cody Kaiser. Kaiser in the 114, Shaheen in the 10S.
Sheehan.
Sheehan?
Yep.
Sheehan.
Yep.
Sheehan, all right.
Yeah, and I see our track announcer, we'll follow that tow truck, but our track announcer is also saying that whoever's back there, if they can maybe just get on the track and pop the clutch coming down the ramp into turn 2, might be able to get on the track. So we'll see if are there 4 scheduled here?
Yep, that's Sam Sheehan is the one that is not.
All right. Yeah, so they're going to try to get Sam on the track here, I think, before we get started. It's it's not much of a race with 3. It's certainly more fun with 4, and on like that. But we'll keep an eye up on the top of turn 2 where they come in from the pits and see if they can get Sam on the track. That tow truck working overtime back there, trying to get somebody lifted and rolled out here.
Yeah, they sent the all black one out first, and
there
here comes Sam.
Hey, way to go, Sam. He just needed the threat of the tow truck, and he's like, I got it. I was checking my Instagram. I forgot to come out here.
Sheehan in the 10.
Yeah, we'll be green next time by here, Steve. So just about ready to get these Hornets racing down the track. And again, I believe this is the feature. This is the it for the Hornets. So we're going to have some fun with these guys here coming through as they get revved up, coming around turn 3 and 4. It is a 4-car race, and we are green flag at SK Speedway.
Jenny Wagner out to a quick lead in the 13 as Sheehan in the 10 coming right out of the pits is quickly into 2nd place, and behind Cody Kaiser in the 114, slowly out of the gates comes Dylan Brewski as Wagner out to a quick lead in the 13.
Yeah, she got a great jump off that green flag as she kind of slow played it a little bit coming through, and then came around the corner and took that flag and has rocketed off to a nice 6-7 car length lead here right now.
Sheehan slows down coming around turn number 2, and is something wrong with Sam's car, trying to figure it out.
Well, and that was the case before the race, and now that is made itself apparent here. See if they're able to keep green up. Yellow flag now. So yellow flag, and that's exactly what Jenny Wagner didn't want to see. And she had built herself a nice lead off the jump onto that green flag start. See if she can get another big start. She'll need it to get out in front after we go green.
Yeah, saw, as you mentioned, Sam coming onto the track late, and then had a little issue coming around turns 1 and 2, and we'll see what Brewski can, Dylan Brewski in the 2, Jenny Wagner in the 13, and Cody Kaiser will do in the 144. As they might just give him a little push as they did get him on the track.
And I think that was what happened in there in the pits. He was just having trouble getting started, and if he can just kind of maybe, again, I don't know everything that's going on under the hood there, but sometimes you just got to pop that clutch, get it fired up again, and see if he can do that here. Otherwise, they're going to have to just push him off the track.
Yeah, he did take his
and it's silent coming through here, so I don't know if he's going to have any luck getting it. Nope. And they're going to turn him in, and that'll be it for Sam.
Yeah, he took his netting down as soon as the tow truck showed up, so that was usually not a good sign.
Not what you want to have happen there. And again, he was having some troubles before the race, and unfortunately for Sam, they persisted on the track. But again, it was Wagner getting a great jump on that initial green flag, as she really, from what I saw, she kind of slow played that start a little bit. And will be green flag at SK Speedway. Again, another big jump by Wagner. She really has that green flag start figured out.
That good quick acceleration for Wagner, and then you have Kaiser and Brewski, the 3 that are left. A lot of dust kicked up there by Kaiser in the 144. Wagner in the 13, Brewski in the 2. And see if Kaiser can make this a little bit more of a competitive race in the 144, trying to track down Jenny Wagner in the 13.
Yeah, this is a 2-car race here, as our third-place car has fallen half a lap off the pace. But Wagner doing a good job of keeping that lead, but it is shrinking as she comes into turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, Kaiser doing a wonderful job going low side in the corners and picking up some valuable time as Wagner goes high, and Kaiser goes extremely fast into the corners as trying to pick up some more time on Wagner. It's going to be a race to the end here in the Hornet cars.
Yeah, Wagner is faster on the straightaway there. She's faster in a drag race, but Kaiser able to get through these turns a little bit faster, and this is going to be an interesting finish here, I do think.
As you mentioned, Wagner does go high in the corners. Kaiser goes fast and low into the corners, and that helps him pick up some time.
Yeah, he's closed this to a 3-car length, at times a half a car length disparity here. And now Wagner really having trouble here in turn 4.
And the white flag comes out, final lap in the Hornets.
All right, well, this is, I think, going to be one of the more exciting finishes we're going to have, as Kaiser went a little too low down there, and Wagner's trying to hold off Kaiser coming down the back stretch. Opens up a 4-car lead.
And it's going to be close coming around the corner. Here comes Wagner, here comes Kaiser, and Jenny Wagner will take the checkered flag in the Hornets. And Kaiser made it a race at the end, but too little too late for Cody Kaiser, and Jenny Wagner picks up the checkered flag.
She led coast to coast there in that one. A couple nice green flag giddy-ups for Wagner, and then again, she was faster. If you want to think of it in a drag race, she was faster drag racing down the front and the back. Not as smooth as Kaiser coming out of the turns, but it didn't matter, as she had the gas to get to victory lane.
Yep, coast to coast for Jenny Wagner, getting the checkered flag. Cody Kaiser in second, Dylan Brewski in third, and Sam Sheehan did not finish the race here for the Hornets.
Yeah, one thing you like to see, Steve, is again, we don't, or I don't cheer this way initially, but certainly don't mind seeing a female winner here at the racetrack. Still is a unique thing in racing with the females, and but nice to see, and a little girl power here on Friday night.
Yeah, girl power on kids' night. I mean, again, we mentioned it a little bit before, but to have the next generation have these kids interested, and to have a female out there winning races, that helps it all that much more.
So as we follow Jenny on her path over to Victory Lane. We see coming out here are the street stocks. There can be some fast cars coming back on the racetrack.
Go through those just a minute. We'll start with the 16X car, Kyle Jeanette, 3J, Jared Lindner, 34, Sean Claps Jr., 54, Scott Davis, and 74, Bruce Stanley in the street stocks here in their heat tonight.
All right, it is green flag at SK Speedway.
Kyle Jeanette in the 16, the 3J of Jared Lindner. We saw Jared last week, or a couple weeks ago, very fast car, but had a little issue. I believe he got into a crash a couple weeks ago, and this is going to be a battle to the end as you see Lindner kicking up the dust with his bumper.
Yeah, those two were nose to tail coming through turns 3 and 4. And that makes for some interesting racing there, especially on a dirt track where you're taking the same line and all of a sudden you can't see anything out of your windshield.
That's going to be a battle for first and second for sure, but also third and fourth with Scott Davis and Sean Claps Jr., the 54 and the 34 respectively. As Jeanette continues, Kyle had obviously you can tell here, Kyle had a very quick car a couple weeks ago as well. In our opening weekend, or opening day, as now Bruce Stanley trying to catch Scott Davis for fourth place, as Jeanette continues to hold on to the lead with Jared Lindner in second.
Yeah, these 5 cars starting to kind of space each other out here a little bit. A lot of room in between these positions here, and the real race, it looks like, is going to be for 4th and 5th coming down here.
Yeah, and the last thing that Kyle Jeanette wants is Bruce Stanley getting too aggressive and spinning out Scott Davis as that battle continues for 4th and 5th place. As Kyle Jeanette continues to be impressive, coming around turns 1 and 2, and then down the backstretch into his 16X car, holding off Jared Lindner in the 3J.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye, Steve, on that 4-5 here position at the tail end here for the next lap and a half or so.
Bruce Stanley in his 74, Scott Davis in the 54, 34 comes Sean Claps Jr., Jared Lindner in the 3J, and Kyle Jeanette pulling away now late in the 16 as he holds on to that lead in first place.
Yeah, and Scott Davis back in 4th has pulled away here to at least stave off and stay out of that last place spot, I believe.
As now Kyle Jeanette almost tracking, has a beat on as going around turns 1 and 2, spinning out it just a little bit, got a little loose with Scott Davis in the 54, but able to hold on to it and keep the green flag going. Kyle Jeanette 16, as he will have the white flag come out. Final lap here in the street stocks in their only heat of the night, as it will be Kyle Jeanette as it goes in order of the lineup. Kyle Jeanette, Jared Lindner, Sean Claps Jr., Scott Davis, and Bruce Stanley will be 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 as Jeanette takes the checkered flag here in the B-Stocks heat number 1.
Yeah, and Jeanette about, an eighth of a lap from lapping that 74 of Bruce Stanley. And if that race goes on another 3 laps, he is probably lapping Stanley as they continue racing here around to the end, and they'll send Jeanette in to get his hot rod weighed.
Yep, coast to coast as again.
Yeah.
It goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in order as they started is how they finished in the B-Stocks here tonight.
Here's the deal, Steve. When you combine State Farm home and auto insurance, you save an average of $889. State Farm agent Alan Johnson is ready to help you combine home and auto and save in Marshfield. Call 715-207-6047. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Alan Johnson State Farm on North Central Avenue in Marshfield. And I wonder, Steve, as we see our A-Mods come out, I don't know if they're able to get any State Farm insurance for these cars here.
Probably not.
If they could, Alan Johnson is a recommendation for that. But what they do have is they've got pit crews that are able to get these guys figured out, because think of what the premiums would be on race cars. I mean, it'd be in the millions of dollars.
Well,
probably.
that's what we heard a couple weeks ago with the Dirt Kings, is that they had millions of dollars worth of equipment in those cars out on the track, and they didn't want to have to worry about that. But the 5 cars here: Cole Varsho, Kevin Rogers, Tyler Sturgard, Chad Selk, and Dan Wheeler. As Jason mentioned, a couple of the B-Mods racers racing in the A-Mods tonight.
And we got one around here, Steve. We're coming around turn 2. He's going to dive into the infield. They are green right now, and they're going to keep it green. All right.
And keeping it green, as he was luckily able to get off of the track, as Cole Varsho with a significant lead in the 16. And Chad Selk, we saw him in the B-Mods. He's in second place in the 29. Got Tyler Stiergart in the 3, and in the number 1 spot, Dan Wheeler. So Cole Varsho off to a quick lead as he is extending his lead in the 16 car.
So that's Ertl then, that's in the infield. Is that what we're saying there?
Rogers.
Oh, sorry, Rogers. Okay, yep. Kevin Rogers came out of turn 2 and he was fighting for position back there and just got himself turned all the way around, and luckily able to get pulled over into the infield and keep us green here.
Keep them green, keep these guys going as Cole Varsho continues to extend his lead in the 16. Goes Varsho, Selk, Wheeler, and Stiergart. The final 4 here in A-Mods heat number 1.
Yeah, Varsho is particularly fast, and like Jenny Wagner from the Hornets, got a great jump on the green flag, but he didn't even need that jump. I mean, he's got almost a half a lap lead here on the rest of the field.
Yeah, just got Varsho just looking to stay clean the rest of the heat to get to the feature for A-Mods later on, as we talked about it quite a bit. Lapping as Varsho might coming up on Stiergart in the 3.
And if I have it right, Steve, Cole Varsho just graduated from Stratford High School a week or 2 ago, and he's out here showing these other guys what a young kid can do.
As he's looking to lap Stiergart, got a little loose going around turns 3 and 4.
Well, he hasn't had a car in front of him yet this whole race, and he's going to easily lap that last place car there.
As the white flag is about to come out. That's something. How do you do that with a lapped car? But as Varsho will have the white flag come out for him. As Varsho will cruise to a heat win here tonight. Second place will go Chad Selk. He finished second in the B-Mod heat. So Varsho wins. Selk will take second. It'll be Dan Wheeler in third and Tyler Stiergart in fourth to finish our A-Mods before we get going with our second A-Mods in just a moment.
Yeah, just one of those races where Varsho he picked up right where he left off from 2 weeks ago. Again, I don't think he won that feature, but he was right there with everybody else a week or 2 weeks ago, the last time out. And yeah, he's got his car running just like he wants here so far. See what happens in the feature, but pretty good heat for Varsho.
I think the A-Mods were, because they ran the Dirt Kings third out of the 5, so I don't even know if the A-Mods
He may not have got back to his feature.
Yeah,
that's I think you're right about that. So yeah, impressive race right there, and they've rolled out the second group of A-Mods here right away as we keep the action flowing here from SK Speedway.
David Baxter in the 35B. 51 is Chris Ertl. 119 is Mike Widman. 32, George Truscott, and 95X is Kent Baxter. Truscott, in convincing fashion, won the B-Mods heat and now into the A-Mods. See if he can keep up with David Baxter, Chris Ertl, and company as the other 3, Mike Widman, Kent Baxter, and George Truscott were all in the B-Mods.
Yeah, and again, Widman back out in that Next Step Prosthetics car there. Next Step Prosthetics. I talked to Cheyenne Harn online here. Cheyenne is out here somewhere now, I'm being told, and may join us up here in the broadcast booth, and we'll look forward to talking to Cheyenne about everything that he and Mike Widman have going on at Next Step Prosthetics.
They'll go one more as they make sure they get the other A-mods off the track.
Get your A-mod off the track. I think my mom told me that once. Or get your A-mod out of my kitchen. Something like that.
Baxter in the 35B. He'll start on the inside. Chris Ertl, Mike Whitman, George Truscott, Kent Baxter. It'll be interesting to see how George Truscott goes as the winner of the 3B. See if he can keep up with Baxter and Ertl. And they are underway.
That green flag at SK Speedway one more time.
David Baxter in the 35B fighting with Chris Ertl for that first place spot. That'll be the battle of the night as George Truscott, who won the B-mod, is in last place now. Chris Ertl jumps off to a quick lead. He's got the Nasonville Dairy car.
Excellent. And again, that 35 in trail position there, he's getting dirt thrown at him from behind. He's going to have to pick a different line coming through this time than he does.
David Baxter in the 35B as he was a little loose coming into turn 4. Chris Ertl with a large lead, as I'm sure they'll take plenty of time and water the heck out of the track before the feature starts.
Yeah, he took a divot down there in turn 3 too. We'll keep an eye on that for you.
George Truscott staying back a little bit in last place. Again, he won the B-mod heats. Kent Baxter in the 95. Mike Whitman in the 3rd in the 119. Chris Ertl continues to increase his lead in first place. David Baxter in the 35B. As the dust continues to fly here at SK Speedway in Unity. Our last heat before we get to features after the intermission as Chris Ertl continues to dominate here in heat number 2.
Yeah, and Steve, the dust is surprising to me because we had Tropical Storm Cristobal come through earlier on Tuesday and drop about 100 inches of rain everywhere, and then it rained again on Wednesday. So I'm surprised to see that it's drained that well.
As the battle right now for 3rd place with Mike Whitman and Kent Baxter, as Chris Ertl looking to continue to run his clean race is in front of David Baxter, as Whitman hangs on to 3rd place in front of Kent Baxter. As David Baxter in 2nd, he rubs the wall, looks like just a little bit down the backstretch, able to hang on to it. As Mike Whitman goes high, kicks up the dust, and he's loose into turns 3 and 4, looking to hang on to that 3rd place position. Maybe caught a little bit of David Baxter's dirt coming around that backstretch. As the white flag comes out, as Chris Ertl looks to stay clean and win the A-mod heat here. And hopping around turns number 3 and 4 was Mike Whitman, as he will battle with Kent Baxter for that 3rd place position. And the checkered flag comes out. Chris Ertl will win. David Baxter will finish 3rd. And the battle continues for 3rd place as Mike Whitman comes around as Kent Baxter hits the barrier. And he will finish in 4th place. The first time we've seen that. George Truscott finishes in 5th. So it goes Ertl, Baxter, Whitman, Baxter, and Truscott to finish off here. And the heat races, we'll have the feature races coming up in just a little while here from SK Speedway in Unity.
As you mentioned, Steve, that barrier changed position from 2 weeks ago, and they had run, their all laps here, their heat races, but just not quite ready for that. But yeah, good to see the Nasonville Dairy Hot Rod coming in here as the heat winner today. I mentioned Nasonville Dairy, the 2020 Processor Grant Award winner. And we'll have more from Nasonville Dairy here in just a little bit. First, though, we'll tell you about Tire Town Auto. Tire Town, it's a winning play every day at Tire Town Auto with 24-hour towing and complete auto service. Tire Town Auto is on the roundabout on South Central Avenue in Marshfield, and 715-389-2909. That's 715-389-2909 to get back on the winning side with Tire Town Auto. All right, as Steve said, we have finished our heats. Track conditioning has commenced, and we'll have feature races coming up as we return to SK Speedway after this.
If you have a fear of overpaying, you have FOOP. But don't worry, switch to US Cellular and get a free Samsung Galaxy S25G, plus no activation fees. So you can stream, capture, and post without FOOP. Switch and get a free Samsung Galaxy S25G at US Cellular. Choose fair.
Northside Computers is Marshfield's U.S. Cellular store. Visit us on South Central Avenue in Marshfield for the latest Samsung, Apple, personal cellular devices, tablets, and more.
Taqueria El Sol sirve la comida mexicana más auténtica en Wisconsin Central. Taqueria El Sol está en Marshfield, en Avenida South Central y calle 17. Está abierta cada día. Taqueria El Sol prepara salsa y guacamole cada día. Y tiene un menú con muchas recetas familiares de México.
Taqueria El Sol tiene una tienda de comestibles también. Se venden comidas mexicanas secas, refrigeradas y congeladas para ayudarle a servir la comida mexicana la más auténtica en Wisconsin Central. Taqueria El Sol en la Avenida South Central en Marshfield.
Hi, I'm Ashley. I'm the director at Little Sprouts. Little Sprouts has been a real great community. It's very family friendly. It feels like a big family to me, and being the new director here, I felt very welcomed into the family. I like the smaller family. Everybody knows everybody, and you all get to know everybody in the center, and we do family activities and much of a family atmosphere.
I think there's two S's. I actually want to learn a lot. There's two S's in intermission, right?
Hey, I got it right. You just graduated.
Cool, did
Yeah, we can set it as I'm our best friend. Is that right?
He's very good at it.
Who else helped with that? Oh, yeah, my brother. When it comes to racing, we have one of my cousins. They all want that. That took care of his whole car racing. Okay. So how long has he been racing? Since 8 years old. Did he and Derek race go-karts together? Actually, there's a picture down at the cellar bar. Them two. The first night they raced, they were around and Derek took center. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, they raced a lot of, well, 1 year, 1 year, 1 year. It's just funny when you see two kids the same age. Yeah, it's good. It's good. So he's got his name on the ball. Oh, they've got a marquee roll right now. He's going to school to be a fighter. Oh, that's right. He's already in school already. Good for him. That's awesome. I don't put my input in. Sometimes the guy thinks he knows something.
Alright kids, here's the deal. Like nice to see you back there. We'll call you if you win, okay? We'll call you. So just go back to your seats, we'll call you and pay attention to your tickets. Yeah, we will.
We go through players. All we do is
looking for 383065. Double 33065.
Just seeing how many people were watching.
But I have spelled it wrong.
Oh, no.
From the modern nation, 16 Motorsports, where you guys at? All right, let's link it, buddy. 382 and 9 and 68. 382 and 9 and 68. I go long. 065, congratulations, you're a winner. So wheel this over here, you get your picture taken. And you get your picture taken with Elsa, congratulations. So we're now looking for 382 968. 382 968. What do we got here? What's your name? Ava, do you like this bike? Well, guess what? It's yours. You're welcome. Go ahead and pull the bike up here and get your picture taken with Elsa. Too bad.
Yeah.
That's really nice of you. How generous. All right. So go ahead and congratulations. Pull your bike up there. Elsa, come on over and get your picture taken. All right. Next one's going to be Captain America. And this one is donated by ELM Performance Water. 383-003.
I enjoy it. That's what I watch. Somebody said, why are you guys doing this for years?
Oh, no. Again, 383-003.
Well, especially that was Amber's toughest game for how many the last number of years now. It's spring.
Get on. 382-880-382 with 880. Again, 382-880. And this way was donated by Hornets at Long-Tail Transport. 382-880. Again, still looking forward. 383-003. And 382-880. All right, next week donated by TNT Riders. Braxton. Take it out of here, please, if you would.
That's a game I got booked.
All right, your winners. Go ahead. Pull your bike up. Your picture to Captain America. Next week donated by TNT Riders. 382-996. 382-996. Is that you? Oh, let's see. 32996. Down here. So, 520. Go 5. Alright, there you go. Go ahead, Captain America's gonna take a picture with you. Going at 500 process and have your controls on, have your ticket holder.
That's what happened. Like, basic stopped by the tire when we didn't know what happened.
But I was up at the tower already.
Yeah.
Basic stop.
383-075, 383-075. Do you have that ticket holder?
Somebody said they were doing electronic timers in these cars, and they're going to be on online. I couldn't see them.
I think they tried it years ago, but they were way off. Everything was way off. Watch a little on TV here and there.
We're just telling people what to see. I was a NASCAR fan years back, so I think I know.
Travis, did Cole find you? I'm just looking for you to see.
We got about 8 bikes left.
Well, like Steve, you saw Amherst in person. I didn't see them in person. It seemed like they were kind of a little bit in a down.
It'll be interesting to see who they have at quarterback. They're losing their quarterback, but Coach Lusick was a quarterback in college. And so, yeah.
And 329 and a 38. The winner here, 329. Congratulations, you can wheel this
One
right up.
of Ian Hall is, there is Carmelo Ailman. He might be a senior yeah, between Ailman and Ian Hall, they are. Football forever until Coach Lusick showed up.
That's high school. Coaching, as you go up the ranks, coaching has less and less to do with it. High school.
Want to give a special shout out and thank you to 16 Motorsports Bomber Nation and the Jeanette Racing family for donating several bikes here tonight. They donated a bunch of them, something looked really cool. They got the stickers on them. 33085, 33085, 33085.
That's how Lusick is. Oh yeah, I played for Lusick for 2 years.
Yeah, he's grumpy.
Yes.
He's definitely the same way.
Never. But I mean, the nicest guy. And that's what I think. Like, I played Greg Jensen. He was my boys basketball coach. I mean, from the beginning of November until the end of March, he was not the same guy from April until October.
382-980-382-988.
We always have a real 35 points. Believe me, you want to go that far, to watch them blow out 50-0 at halftime, even if it's 35-0.
382-911, 382-911. 382-911. This one is a compliment of Annie Carroll and Dickinson Becker.
I'm like, dude, I got one camera, it's right here, and see what you get. Yeah, well, and that's the work you want.
Awesome, congratulations. You're going to wheel that bike ahead. Go ahead and get your picture taken with Captain America. That bike comes from 61 of Andy Carl. All right, the next two bikes we're going to be giving away are from Old Marshall Racing and with Memorial Lanes. And Old Marshall Racing and with Memorial Lanes. That's two bikes. 382-956, 382-956, 382-956. 382-873, 382-873. So 382-956, 382-956, and 382-873, 382-873.
very helpful. Thank you.
I got you guys again. Huh? So you guys, you just have the heat line up.
Yeah.
Okay. My printer ran out of black ink, so I can't print anymore.
Oh, that's fine.
You want to go to our website? We'll have that stuff up.
Okay, I think Jason might have it on his computer already.
What do you got, good Sam? Let's see what we got.
If not, I can just find them and.
I'm out of black ink, so I can't print it. You got starting spots? Is that what you're saying? Yes, sir. Thank you. We got a little bit too much spice. Okay. Okay, sounds good. Well, we'll see. We'll see. We got to figure that out yet.
Oh gosh,
headset's cold.
Yeah, no, it's in here. All right, Lucas, you can wipe off the intermission there. Wipe that off for us. All right, back here to SK Speedway. We are just about done with intermission, and we had a bike giveaway during the intermission. We'll take the camera down there, and you can see the kids. I don't know, Steve. They've given away a dozen bikes, maybe more, maybe a couple dozen.
Yeah, it looked. My guess would be about 20. It was quite a few lined up there throughout before everything got going, and now it's yeah.
Well, I think they gave away the last bike, and now they got a gift bag they're in giveaway. But yeah, perfect. And they've got Elsa down there from Frozen.
Yeah, and Captain America too.
Wow, fantastic! I love it. Just absolutely fantastic. Again, as we're coming back now, those of you watching, thanks for sticking through the intermission. Hope you had a nice intermission at home. Get yourself a restroom break and maybe a snack, something to drink. And we'll get ready here for feature racing tonight from SK Speedway. And our first feature coming up here, just had it pulled up. We'll snap it back here. Pure Stocks. And on the pole is the 85 SR of Todd Heyer. And that's how we're going to get started here tonight with feature racing. And we're probably about, I don't know, 5-10 minutes away. Is there Elsa and Captain America are wrapping things up. I think that's it. And the track is conditioned. All the service vehicles are off of the track, so that can only mean one thing, Steve. We're just that much closer to racing, and a pretty good lineup of feature races here to I'd say close out the night, but we're just halfway done.
Yeah, and before that, the track maintenance vehicles did not hesitate. As soon as the last A-mods were done, they were out there. They were making sure the track was ready to go. But yeah, saw a lot of good races, especially the vintage heats 1 and 2, and then the A-mods to have the two heats now combined for a feature. The two winners, it's going to be very close throughout the night. So it's going to be a lot of fun to see how these races end up. As you see Cole Varsho taking pictures before he goes down to finish his night. He'll probably the last race of the night, the A-mod feature. But yeah, it should be a good ending to see how these features end up as they light up Victory Lane in the center. Now they turn it off, but see if they bring out those monster trophies for the guys and the winners tonight. Again, don't know if we will have winners for our features for Hornets or the possibly Street Stocks, because those two did not have multiple heats, and they were pretty
sparsely populated.
Yeah, and very, don't want to say non-competitive, but they were easily won by Jenny Wagner and Randy Spacek. So, yeah, we'll see, obviously, but it should be a good handful of races to finish off the night here at SK Speedway.
Yeah, we're certainly looking forward to it here. They do have, looks like 2 bikes left. There's a little photo op. You mentioned Cole Varsho. Got to meet and talk to race car driver Cole Varsho during the intermission, and a fine young man, and I was right. He did just graduate a couple weeks ago, so a recent graduate, and studying to become a firefighter out of the Stratford Fire Department, firefighter, EMT, paramedic. So best of luck to Cole tonight and beyond, and the rest of the 2020 graduates. I get to meet a whole pavilion full of Indians tomorrow over in Greenwood, as they have selected me. They have selected me. I don't. We'll see if they regret that choice or not. But they've selected me to be their MC for their graduation ceremony tomorrow, and graduation ceremony over in Willard at the park over there at 2 p.m. Again, we are live tomorrow, 2 p.m. kickoff at Marshfield Bandits football. It'll be the next time we're on the air after that. So I will be hanging out with the kids from Greenwood, and you will get to hang out with Steve Maves, Lucas Holheisel, and Jada Hamblin for the broadcast. We'll see if I can get back by the 4th quarter. You just never know what I'm going to do. I don't even know. And the reason is I don't know what I'm going to do until it happens sometimes. But as Steve said, it's going to be an exciting final half of race night here from SK Speedway. It's been an eventful, it was an eventful heat session here earlier. We saw some really good racing, and we saw some very wide margins of victory as well. And see if those that were in the back of the pack in those heats have anything to say about that come feature time, as we're really interested in Elsa and Captain America down there. You know, if it's me at this point, I just rip off this last few names, announce them, say, come get your bike, kiddos, and we're going to go back to racing. But they'll be done here momentarily. So we'll step aside for a quick commercial break, and when we come back, it will be live racing from SK Speedway.
Well, the Grow Wisconsin Dairy Processing Grant is for really any dairy, or up to $50,000 you can get for like improvements, help with like food safety aspects. It's actually you have to pay part of the service that you're getting, so you have to pay 20% of it. So we were actually granted $6,150, and so that's the 80%. So our project is at a little over $7,000. So that's showing them that we're doing something with their milk. We're not just taking it, turning it into cheese, setting in the store, sending it to the customer, like everyone else does. Anything that we do in the plant with food safety is great for everyone. It's not just great for us. It's telling the customer that we make a good product. It's telling the farmer, our patrons, that we're doing good with their milk. And so that should really go to heart. That you're going to get a safe product coming out of here. It's cool to see that all the Hymans they really like to see their name out in the community, but especially for anything with children's groups. They sponsor a bike raffle every year, and they actually go and give it to the kid in the schools. I know that's a huge thing every year. But yeah, it's really cool to see their name out there. Seeing them a sponsor, we all got kids, we all were kids, so most likely something came out of here that we've done.
We originally started out with making cheddar, and now we make cheddar, Colby, Monterey, Farmers Cheese, Pizza Cheese, Quesa Blanca, Quesa de Friar, Seco, Parma, Romano, Asiago, Fontina, Letta, Caseri, Caflateri, Cafla Graviera, as well as making some Gouda, Edam, and a little bit of Munster on occasion.
All right, again, hearing there from Ken Hyman and Sarah Griesbach from Nasonville Dairy. Congratulations to Nasonville Dairy, 2020 Process Award grant winner. And that's given out by Oh boy, see if I can remember what I learned here. The Department of Agriculture, something trade. I got most of it. Ran out of Department of Agriculture, Trade, and Consumer Protection. Thank goodness for Lucas being here, showing that to me. I did my research, but man, there's a lot to remember in my life, and yours too, probably. But a lot going on. So let's see. Elsa is taking the picture with the very last bicycle now, and the flag stand operator is in the flag stand. So we're just a couple minutes away here. I promised live racing when we came back. It's going to happen. But again, had a great time here. We had a Nasonville Dairy car in as a heat winner earlier too. Let's see if I can. Steve might tell you who that was.
Chris Ertl.
Yeah,
the last one.
That's right. Yeah. So Nasonville Dairy is having quite a run here. Got a heat winner out of Chris Ertl tonight. They've got almost $7,000 in grant where they will again further the mission of Central Wisconsin farmers and making sure that the work that they do continues to be valued and appreciated in the way that we get to eat the fine products out of Nasonville Dairy. Steve, Lucas, Jade, and I are going to eat some cheese curds tomorrow from Nasonville Dairy. We look forward to that. Oh, which reminds me, Hewitt's Meat. And Steve's hearing this for the first time, and Lucas too, so sorry, guys. Just to apologize to you both right away. We're doing a live broadcast from Hewitt's Meat Monday at 11 o'clock. Myself and Rich Hole will be down at Hewitt's Meat, hanging out with the Francines and Brian Hansen. And so here's where I'm going to kind of guard myself here because they both might take a swing at me. They're going to be grilling for us. They're going to be feeding us, burgers and steaks and everything else.
Well, we do have softball later on that night.
That's right.
So
if I have leftovers, I will
there are
bring them.
leftovers. Yeah.
But watch for that. That'll be on Facebook at Zaleski Sports Monday at 11 over at Hewitt's Meat as we start to give back to our sponsors. We started to do that, Steve, right after things got shut down, as we interviewed every boys player of the year, girls player of the year, coach of the year, everything that we could find. And that first week and a half, we visited as many sponsors as we could. We did the interviews right there to try and help them out. And then one by one, everybody started shutting their doors. And then we went to FaceTime and Skype with those. But now that everybody's back open, we're going to continue that through the summer. And Steve and Lucas and others, we will be sure to have you involved in those things as we go forward. I think of a couple of them here. But Marshall Country Club would be a very good choice. A homemade pizza out there at MCC. And with the golf broadcast that we've been doing, that would be a pretty good spot. At Holmes River Edge, as a matter of fact, fish tacos they had on last night. They still haven't opened their nearly world famous buffet, but instead transitioning to some other really fun stuff out there. So yeah, we got all kinds of opportunities. If I could ever get Leinenkugels or Miller Brewing to agree with me, I would be out there at those places doing a live broadcast. But for now, we're here at SK Speedway. And it's all-you-can-eat racing here tonight, and it's free. And we're going to have Pure Stocks. We're going to have our first champion. We're going to have our first big honking trophy given out here in just a matter of minutes. So, again, those of you watching now, make sure to tell your friends, neighbors, and strangers where you found live sports on Zaleski Sports tonight. And somebody's going to win this first race, Steve. Again, you went through the lineup a minute ago, but Todd Heyer, Jeremy Dahl, Travis Hallquist, Devin Fries, Brent Hogg, Warren Bartlett, Donnie Geiger, Sean Geiger, Brent Mindock, and Dustin Heyer. Somebody's going to take a 12-foot trophy and put it in the trunk of their car, and it's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, and it's good to see that Brent Mindock is back out there after he crashed in the heat. So they just announced the 50-50 winner, and it was a lot.
Oh, was it? Okay.
587. So, yeah.
Perfect. Perfect. Yes, and somebody told me, too, earlier, attendance here is just a tick over 2,000 tonight.
Yeah.
So just another huge crowd here at SK Speedway. People kind of milling around right now. Everybody's kind of checking their phones, but everybody's headed back this way as they see what we do. The festivities here during intermission are wrapping up.
Yep.
And we're going to have some race cars back on the track here as I see our track personnel kind of looking up towards the gate in turn 2. And we're expecting to see those cars come on the track here any minute.
Yeah, slowly but surely. It'll be, I'm looking forward to seeing the vintage feature with the Allards, who dominated. With Darren winning the second heat and Jeremy winning the first heat, it's going to be a lot of fun to see those guys. And then you just mentioned talking to Cole Varsho between heats. He mentioned that there was a couple things that he could have changed up, but he won the race by half a lap. So,
right.
But he'll have his work cut out for him with Chris Ertl later on. So
yeah, Cole mentioned his front end was not quite like they wanted. So and again, everybody's back there working on something. He's not the only one, but that's part of the strategy in racing, and it's more than just that driver. There's a whole army of people back there in the pits getting these cars ready to go, and here we have cars ready to go.
Yeah, so Jeremy Dahl won the heat, but he has to start second because they redraw for starting position. So Jeremy Dahl will start first, Todd Heyer in second, Todd Heyer in first, Jeremy Dahl in second. So they're about to get underway for our first feature of the night, and Travis Hallquist third. And we are about to get underway for our first feature of the evening.
Well, and it's just got a whole different feel. You just feel a different energy around the racetrack, and just people anticipating and getting ready to go here. And so we had our one to go. We'll be green this time around. Again, Jason Zaleski, Steve Maves, Lucas Holheisel. And as the cars turn to the front stretch, green flag at SK Speedway.
Todd Heyer and Jeremy Dahl start 1 and 2. Travis Hallquist trying to go 3 wide to begin things. As Jason mentioned, a trophy and some money on the line here for these two, or for this feature. And some movement and he got spun around, and luckily didn't get hit extra hard as the caution does come out, but got spun around by Travis Hallquist. And
yeah, you just can't fit that many cars coming down the backstretch. And as they started to narrow into turn 3, it was the sandwich there, and the meat in the middle he's moving now.
Yeah, they will. One of them will exit stage right as they didn't see who that was, but Todd Heyer will get the okay from the race official.
Yeah, they're going to talk to Mr. Heyer there. Just make sure that everything's clicking along inside that car.
Hallquist's front end is bent. His front left.
Yeah, he's dragging his bumper here through. He's going to have to get pulled off the track and get that bumper either ripped off real quick, or I don't know if he doesn't know yet, or maybe he does, but he's going to come over and be told he's got to make some arrangements here. You can't have that thing hanging off the side like that.
So Dahl, Hallquist, as they try to bend it off and are awaiting. As Todd Heyer gets the okay possibly to see if he can.
The 17 of Donnie Geiger is parked right next door there, and be interesting to see if he hops out and helps rip that bumper off. But now the track official is able to get that piece of sheet metal off and out of the way, and then it's then we'll see what happens here. But they've got them all stopped right here in front of us.
Heyer had a little say to Travis Hallquist and Jeremy Dahl, and now he's parked right next to Jeremy Dahl. So I don't know if they're going to allow him to start in second, as coming back out will be Devin Fries, I believe. And then see what car this is.
He better slow down a little bit coming around here. He is flying in here. Now he does get the brakes applied. Still working on where to put the bumper there. I forgot what number that was there, Steve, is the bumper, the front fender and front bumper getting torn off of that car. We'll see here as they start to break loose. We'll just remind everybody who that was.
And Travis Hallquist, I believe he's the one that spun Todd Heyer out. So as they try and push in Devin Fry's car as well. He was a part of that, and he came back out on the track and getting a little work on his car done before we go green again.
Yeah, so that was the 17 car there of Donnie Geiger. Right? No. Well,
27 had the.
Thank you.
Had it
27.
off,
there we go. I had a 7 in there somewhere. Of Travis Hallquist. So Hallquist will race without a bumper. That's what we know so far.
As they continue to work on Devin Fry's car, see if he can continue here. Right down in front of us as these guys are ready to go, but they have nowhere to go.
No, they're going to stop right here again. This was, as you said, Fry's. Fry's came ripping around turns 3 and 4 and then got up here, and the track officials have said, all right, well, this has got to get fixed or you're going to have to get sent to the pits. Now they're drop kicking it. Jeez. There they go. Rip that section off. So he's got a front fender missing now. All right. Kind of turn it into a little bit of a demolition derby here, and it could just be survival of the fittest or the completest. May not be the fastest to win that race. To win this race, it may just be whoever can finish with all 4 tires and maybe a door left on. He's gonna come all the way back around into the into row 2. All right.
As they will start as they started the race. So they'll have Heyer, Dahl, Hallquist, Fries. Those are your top 4.
Well, somebody else is going to settle into 5th place there. That's Bartlett.
Yeah, Bartlett.
All right, so as we come around here, Steve, turns 3 and 4. It is going to be 1 to go this time around. Yeah,
Got me excited.
Well, I thought they were going to rip them loose there, but 1 to go as they were still getting everybody settled down that backstretch. Just not quite ready yet, but it'll be green flag next time around.
Make sure everybody is in the right starting positions.
Yep. As they say, rubbin's racing, and it ain't you ain't shying if you ain't cheating. It's like that, but everybody's got to be square here. So they'll come down the backstretch here and gather themselves up. Remember what worked for them in the heat, to remember what didn't, and make sure that what they had in those first couple laps was what they set out to do here coming out of the pits.
Yeah, all bunched up again as they were in the heats and as they were to start this race, and they are ready to go again turning turn 4.
All right, coming around turn 4, and we take a look to the flag stand. It's green flag at SK Speedway.
Hallquist goes low to start, and we might be close to 3 wide to begin things.
There were 3 wide.
As Heyer in the 8-ball car as he battles with Dahl. Going low is Hallquist again, trying to gain some more ground on Heyer. Dahl goes high, Hallquist goes low, and then it is Freeze in the 95 car. And going low that time was Dahl to see if he could get the good line, and picks up a couple of inches on Heyer, trying to take over first place as he's got the angle as they bounce and rub again. Hallquist in the back of Dahl, and Dahl slows down tremendously, slowing into corner number 1, and he might be done.
Well, I think that fender may be right on that tire, and they're going to have to let, if he can't get out here, the yellow flag is going to drop, and he will exit, so we stay green flag here at SK.
Heyer with a 3-car length lead on Hallquist as he tries to gain some ground again as he bumped into Dahl, who won the heat and now is out of the race the rest of the time. Heyer in first as Hallquist in second. Got Freeze in third in the 95. Donnie Geiger in the 17. Warren Bartlett in the 16. Another bounce by Geiger, bounced Freeze out of the way, and Geiger into third place. It's going to be a battle for first, Hallquist and Heyer, as again Hallquist without a front bumper. It's going to be close down to the end all the way. It's going to be a great battle the rest of the way.
It looks like Hallquist here, Steve, is just waiting for that moment. I think he's got it figured out. but he's just waiting for that moment here. Doesn't maybe want to blow his cover too soon as they come down the backstretch, and he'll settle in again behind. I think, Steve, he's got it figured out.
He goes high and then gets the low line into the second part of the corner. So Heyer going to try and hold him off the rest of the way as Geiger in second, and he spins him out in the backstretch, and down goes Heyer. Hallquist overtakes first place, and Heyer will go down to the bottom. They're going to.
Yep, yellow flag will come out on that, and we'll see if Hallquist and Heyer are going to be so friendly this time as they settle into their yellow flag positions. But Heyer is stopped on the backstretch. We may not get to find out what Heyer thinks of Hallquist right now.
It was interesting because Hallquist had spun him out and then slowed down as Donnie Geiger almost came back and passed Hallquist. But we'll see how everybody lines up to get started here on getting close to the end of the feature.
Yeah, well, Heyer is back and rolling here again. And by this point, there could be some more fun in store for these two, and they're going to line up here next to each other. And I don't see any hands or finger waving out of the side of that netting there, but keep an eye on that. It was interesting. I mentioned, Steve, that I thought Hallquist kind of had Heyer figured out there. I don't know that he had to or even intended to spin him out, but
they're going to put Hallquist at the end.
Yeah, they're going to put him in the back here and have him restart for there. He's going to have to pick through all that traffic, and Heyer being given the lead.
Yep, as he was the victim of the spin out, as we've seen Hallquist a very fast car, and we'll see how long it takes if he is able to make his way through the field and battle for a possible win. He is in last, starting in 7th.
Not sure there's enough laps there, perhaps, and that's the penalty of drawing that yellow, but it were green flag again at SK Speedway.
As Hallquist goes from 7th to 4th on the restart. He has a very quick restart as Heyer is extending his lead. Hallquist gets slowed down there by Brent Haug as coming through turns 3 and 4. Heyer now has to battle off with Warren Bartlett as he is in a battle for first the rest of the way.
Yeah, Bartlett there had a nice run coming off of turns 3 and 4, but Heyer got it back as they came down the front stretch.
Heyer just hoping that white flag comes out soon as he is extending his lead little by little as Hallquist battling to get into the top 4 and trying to get past there Brent Haug and Geiger.
Yeah, Steve, Todd Heyer just ran a sub 19-second lap that last time through, and we'll compare that with Hallquist's transponder's not working. So they're running right at 19. It was Warren Bartlett with the hot lap that time around, 18.7 seconds on that one as these two battle for first and second. And
yellow comes out as Heyer was.
And we've got debris here coming out of turn 3, and they're going to run down there and pick that up. But somebody lost the underside of their fender over there in turn 3. That brought the yellow out this time.
Heyer got loose coming through turns through the second turn, and Bartlett.
Yeah, Bartelt. Sorry.
Bartelt.
Yeah, you're right. Okay.
Was right on him, so it's going to be interesting to see how they get off the green flag here to start the last couple laps of the feature here in the Pure Stocks. Our first feature of the night has seen about 4. This is the 4th caution.
Yeah, it is. We've got 3 laps left once they go green. But I was mentioning here, Steve, Warren Bartelt with the fastest lap here of the race as he ran that off in that last lap under green, 18.754 blazing fast seconds.
Again, a third of a mile here at SK Speedway in Unity. Beautiful night, cooling down as expected.
Yeah.
What, north of Wausau in a frost advisory tonight.
Yeah,
so.
no thanks. No thanks there. But again, yeah, we've run 12 of our 15 scheduled laps here, and we are still under yellow here coming through. We'll see if they give me up one to go here, so it'll be green flag. And the next time around,
we did lose another car. There's only 6 left.
All right, and that is, well, so what I believe here, who is off the track is Jeremy Dahl, Travis Hallquist, Brent Mindock, and Dustin Heyer, but I think Hallquist may still be out there.
Yep.
So he just either doesn't have a transponder or his transponder's not working right now, and we'll keep an eye on that. And Sean Geiger has, well, he may be the one that's out here. He's run 6 laps, everybody else with 12, so I think we just dropped Sean Geiger is what happened. But it'll be green flag as they come around turns 3 and 4. 3 laps to go. Green flag at SK Speedway.
Hallquist goes low on the start again as Bartelt on the outside tries to overtake Heyer as he was very close on the last time, and now Haug trying to push on the back stretch for Bartelt. As Bartelt goes low on Heyer, he might have overtaken him. He does overtake the lead. Bartelt with 2 laps to go. It's going to be a battle to the end for Heyer and Bartelt the rest of the way.
Yeah, this is setting up to be a good finish there. Heyer got a good run off of turn number 2, but turn number 3 is where Bartelt made his move last time, and he does it again here.
And with that tire in the way of turns 3 and 4, it's going to be maybe white flag the next time through as Heyer and Bartelt battle the rest of the way. Again, Bartelt got a push from Brent Haug and battle the rest of the way here in the last couple laps. Hallquist overtakes 3rd place. He's loose and goes 4th.
On that outside line, but he doesn't have a choice. And but he's able to get a nice run that time out of turn 2.
As the white flag is about to come through as Hallquist overtakes 3rd and tries to battle the rest for that 2nd spot. And Haug spins in the corner. Got to make sure he gets out of the way as the white flag comes down, and Heyer and Bartelt, and they cannot get Haug out of the way as it will be a yellow flag.
Yellow comes out. We'll have to wait for the checkers now. And what that'll mean is that Bartelt and Heyer get to battle a little bit longer. That's been a good battle between those two coming in these, since that yellow restart, and even before that second to last yellow flag now happened, those two really getting after it. And it was Todd Heyer in that last session with the fastest lap at 19.2 seconds. But it'll be a green-white checker coming back pretty quickly here. Is the car, that was the 10, Steve, I believe, right?
Yep.
Brent Haug got spun around. He'll join his race mates right here in the front straight away, and they're going to bring everybody to a stop, question mark?
They might be...
Are they going to say maybe we're done at that last yellow and that your track position was official? We saw that 2 weeks ago, didn't we?
Yeah, that'd be pretty tough for Travis Hallquist.
But they waved the checker on him right there as it'll be our race winner is Todd Heyer.
Yeah, that's tough as Travis Hallquist had him in the 3rd and 4th turns, but Heyer will come away with the victory here in the Pure Stocks feature, the first winner of the night.
Yeah, and again, we saw that 2 weeks ago happen here on one of those long yellows, from what I remember from last week. Yeah. And we had that winner declared that time, and that's what we have here is Todd Heyer, who was spun, I believe, twice in this race and perseveres, ends up winning here in Pure Stocks, our first feature of the night, and it's the 8SR of Todd Heyer as we wait for Todd to climb out of that 8-ball fire car over there. Pretty nice paint job, really.
Yeah.
I don't see such a tall trophy this week either. There he is, Todd Heyer coming out of the car, and he'll pound the top of his roof there and put his leg up. I don't know what that means, but he's kicking his legs up, having a nice time here at SK Speedway tonight.
Well, nice job there for Todd. We got Super Stocks coming up here, and it's going to be green flag at SK Speedway.
Randy Spacek in the 22, Matt Duragon in the 27, Steve Tesh in the 18, David Elliott in the 4, Leslie Lau in the 14. Randy Spacek won the heat in pretty convincing fashion. See if he can do the same here in the Super Stocks in our second feature of the night.
Here's the other thing I'll say here, Steve, this week, they're not messing around between races here either this week, which is much appreciated on this end.
Yes.
And for everybody involved is just get these races hopping, and they've got it now, and Spacek is hopping around the track.
Randy Spacek, as mentioned, dominated the heat, and Matt Duragon in the 27, Steve Tesh in the 18. Might be a battle for second place the rest of the way as Randy Spacek continues to extend his lead going around the second turn.
Spacek just turned in a 16.631 on that, so you see the difference in classes here right away. But we take a look at the rest, and he's running a half a second faster than everybody else on the track.
As you can see it in the length that he is extending his lead as it goes Leslie Lau in 14, David Elliott in the 4. Those are the 4th and 5th spots. Spacek continues to dominate here. Spacek in the 22, Matt Duragon in the 27, Steve Tesh in the 18. They run 1, 2, and 3.
And Spacek closing in here. He's about a quarter of a lap behind that tail end here, and see if he's got an opportunity maybe to put a car a lap down, as we've got still 14 laps, a 20-lap feature here. And Spacek is still running the wheels off it. He's still a half a second faster than everybody else around the track at 16.6 seconds.
If Leslie Lau's not careful, he might catch up to Leslie as well, as he's just that much faster than everybody else. It's pretty remarkable to watch.
Well, and we saw it in the heat, and he's been able to carry that over here into the feature. And so in a way, I guess we shouldn't be surprised. We'll see if the lap traffic slows him down at all. A little there in turn 2, but he's off and running again.
Yeah, just had to be careful, especially David Elliott. He conceded that he was not going to obviously be able to keep up with Randy. He did the respectable thing and slowed up and got out of the way of the others. And he does the same for Matt Duragon too.
Pretty tight lap there on the last go-around by Duragon as he matches Spacek at 16.8 seconds.
As Tesh now laps Elliott as well, going around the first and second turn, as Randy Spacek looks to creep up on Leslie Lau. Again, just about a quarter of a lap behind Leslie Lau.
Steve will watch Duragon go around here on his second place position here this time around, and again he's running pretty tight laps, but he's just a half second behind Spacek on every lap coming through here.
Yeah, got behind Spacek pretty early, and Spacek a little loose going around the second corner, as a lot of them have been so far, as Spacek looks to lap Lau now, as David Elliott will just exit the track and end his night.
Yep, so we've got 7 laps left here on our Super Stocks feature, and Spacek dealing with a little bit more lap traffic here and should be able to clear, and does.
Now, Leslie Lau was not as nice, or not as compassionate to let Spacek by, but Spacek gets by Lau, and with a handful of laps left, Randy Spacek will win the knock on wood Superstock race. Just got to stay clear the rest of the way.
5 laps to go, and sometimes, Steve, you don't need compassion when you're just that fast.
Yeah.
But he has got a souped up car here tonight, really putting it to everybody here in this feature.
As we await the vintage.
Yeah.
The vintage cars, that'll be an Allard or an Allard. Very interesting feature. Got a couple of Allards and a couple of Bergdorfs in our next race as Randy Spacek continues to dominate here, and will, if there were about 10 laps left, he might have even caught up to Steve Tesh in the 18 if there were just maybe 10 laps more.
2 to go here is what I'm being shown, so 2 laps to go, and he's kept his lap times under 17 seconds. He did burn off a 16.2 second lap about halfway through this race, but white flag here.
As Spacek will take the checkered, it will be Spacek, Darrigan, Tesh, and Lau will finish off here as David Elliott exited the track a couple of laps ago, as he will finish in 5th place.
Yeah, by the time it's all said and done, a pretty sparsely populated racetrack here. I mean, we started with 5, and we lose that one, and it looks like kind of you're running by yourself out there sometimes, and especially after they get spaced out like they do. But congratulations to Randy Spacek. Take a look at some of his other stats here as he ran his 20 laps in 5 minutes and 39 seconds flat. And Matt Darrigan comes in at 5:49, so Spacek 6 seconds, almost 7 full seconds clear of Darrigan, and Leslie Liu right behind Darrigan in 3rd place. But we'll got those the vintage cars coming out right now. But before that, we'll take a look at Randy Spacek, and he will hop out of that 22 car and give a wave to the crowd.
Looks like they're going to run all the vintage cars that were in the heats.
Well, this will be fun then.
Yeah.
It'll be more fun than we even thought. Again, we'll tell you about our friends over at Marshfield Country Club. Marshfield Country Club, located just west of Marshfield on County Road H. Enjoy 18 holes of golfing along the picturesque Yellow River with golf available for all skill levels. Marshfield Country Club also has a full menu including burgers, sandwiches, and homemade pizza. Marshfield Country Club restaurant is also fun at night. Make your tee time now by visiting golfmcc.com.
Randy Spacek out for a picture. This is what's really interesting about the redraw. You have Darren Allard, who won his heat. He finishes in the fourth row to start his feature race, and so we'll have a couple more.
One to go here. One to go coming through this time around. But yeah, that's one of the, well, just the way that the races are organized here, and it kind of levels the playing field a little bit depending on where you get drawn.
Jeremy Allard will start even behind him. So Jeremy and Darren, who won their heats, will finish in the back 2 rows to start the Vintage Cars feature here tonight. We got number 40, Brian Title, who is in the orange 40 car, and it will be interesting to see how fast the Allards get to the front.
Well, I will keep an eye on that and their lap times. Well, this is going to be a fun one here. They come around turn 4, green flag at SK Speedway.
Number 20 to begin things, that's Jacob Bergdorf, and he is battling with Title, and slowly out of the gates were the Allards. And in the way is Darren Allard behind some slower cars. In that 20 car comes Jacob Bergdorf fighting again with Brian Title in the 40. Got 15, Jeff Allard, who finished last in his heat, is battling now for 2nd place. And here come the Allards, number 9 and number 75, Jeremy and Darren. As quickly as we had thought, they are battling now, looking for that 4th position, and that is number 75, Jeremy Allard, and Darren in the 9 coming back to the front of the pack as we had thought that they would. Jacob Bergdorf with a very impressive lead so far, however, in the 20 car, as it's going to take a big burst to track down Jacob Bergdorf.
And Steve will keep an eye on positions 2 through 5 here as as they come down the front straightaway. That's where most of the action is on the racetrack right now.
So Jeff Allard in the 15, he's in the red car, and quickly moving ahead is Jeremy Allard, looking to pass Charles Bergdorf, I believe. Nope, excuse me, that's Brian Title in the 40. As we battle through 2 through 5 spots now, and there's a fire exhaust here. That is Charles Bergdorf, and they will all slow down, but it is still green here, and that goes to the detriment of Jacob Bergdorf.
I think that 90 had to refire his engine, had a backfire, and a burst of caught up exhaust there. It dazzled the crowd right in front of us.
Yeah, everybody slowed down as Jacob Bergdorf now in lap traffic, 4 cars ahead of him, and Jeremy Allard battling now. He will take over second, passes Charles Bergdorf, and now it's going to be a battle between Jacob Bergdorf and Jeremy Allard as they approach lap traffic. Jeremy Allard looking to pass Jacob Bergdorf to 75 in the 20, creeping up on lap traffic.
They're going to have trouble weaving through these 3 lap cars here and see if any of those 3 want to give way. So far, they do not.
Jeremy Allard goes low. He has to push on the brakes, and he moves his way through and will overtake first place, looking to continue to extend his lead as slowing down Jacob Bergdorf, and Allard will get by the lap traffic, and now it's going to be a battle between Bergdorf and Allard. As we had thought, there's still one back here. I believe that's Shannon Bergdorf in the 0.
Yeah, so they got one more to pick through here. Both, as it turns out, have done a nice job of getting through the lap traffic. It was Jeremy Allard doing a little bit better job there, but everybody's kind of going to get bunched up here and still have a shot at first place, I think.
Jeremy Allard battling with Shannon Bergdorf there. Bergdorf might be helping family member Jacob Bergdorf.
Maybe.
As coming around corners 3 and 4, Allard goes high and still battling with Shannon in that last position. Coming around corners 1 and 2 as Darren Allard is trying to creep back up on them as well in the number 9 car. So 2 Allards, a couple Bergdorfs, and Shannon tries to block again, unable to. And Allard will pass Shannon Bergdorf as now Darren Allard trying to creep up back on Jacob Bergdorf in the 20. He won his heat. He is in the number 9 car as the white flag is about to come out on the vintage car feature here. As going high goes Jacob Bergdorf, and now the 2 Allards will run 1 and 3, and the white flag is out here on the final lap of the vintage feature cars. And Allard goes low, Bergdorf goes high.
And one more car here to pick through, coming through turns 3 and 4.
And Allard will get through and push on the gas, and he will win the vintage. Jeremy Allard will win as Jacob Bergdorf takes second and Darren Allard takes third here tonight.
Well, Steve, I was just about to say that sometimes as you're weaving through that lap traffic and they're not maybe so kind in moving out of the way, you get more irritated every lap that car is in front of you. But a nice job there by Allard to just stay patient through that, not let maybe any emotions or that irritability get in the way, and able to cruise to a first place finish here tonight.
He will take his move to victory lane, and they will take the vintage cars back to the pits, I'm guessing, to get them looked at, as Darren Allard is
yeah, he's a little slow coming out of turn 4 as our next heat is right on their tail here.
The B-Mod's coming up.
Yeah, all right, Steve. Well, as the races go flying by here, make sure to tell you that Haupt Well Drilling Incorporated of Auburndale is a 4th generation homegrown business right here in central Wisconsin. That's 4 generations of business know-how, 4 generations of giving back to the central Wisconsin community, being part of our community, supporting and celebrating local events like this racing broadcast is what Hopped Well Drilling Incorporated is all about, and also farm irrigation well drilling services available now at Hopped Well Drilling Incorporated of Auburndale.
They'll let Darren Allard get off the track, and then they'll go one more as George Truscott, who won his heat. He struggled in the A-Mods. It'll be Truscott along with Tyler Vernon, who finished third. Chad Selk in the 29. He finished second, along with Dan Wheeler in the 1 car. So those are your top 4 at least. And then 11, Justin Weinberger. The Andy Carl, I believe, in the 61. The 119 of Mike Widman. The 95 of Kent Baxter. And then the 26 of Taylor Olson.
Well, there you have it. So pretty full field here, especially considering some of the other fields that we've seen here tonight. So hope to have some good racing. I know that we saw some good racing in the B-Mod heats earlier today, so we're fully expecting that as we've got one to go here before we go green, as we are just kind of spitting through these like machine gun style here, and we love it.
Very thankful tonight, yes.
Oh, yeah, well, and big ups to the staff here at SK Speedway, putting on a really nice show here tonight. Make sure to come out next week. Again, racing every Friday here at SK Speedway. And check out SK Speedway on Facebook for more information as they come around turn 4, green flag at SK Speedway.
George Truscott will start first. Chad Selk in the 29. He's in third. Taylor Vernon in the 40 sits in second as they all come clean out of the first 2 corners. And George Truscott bumps around and Taylor Vernon makes his way. And Chad Selk overtakes him after a bumpy 3rd and 4th turn as the back of the pack gets all bundled up, and George Truscott with the lead through the first 2 laps as Chad Selk very quickly through turns 3 and 4 got a little loose, and it's going to be a battle for the first 3 spots throughout this race.
Truscott just turned in a 17.166. Selk right behind him at 17.134. Everybody running about 17 seconds in these first top 3 spots with Vernon in 3rd place.
We saw Chad Selk a couple of weeks ago. He had a very fast car and was right in the mix to win. I believe that the B-Mod race, I'm not sure if he did or not, but he is battling with Truscott for that first place now.
Check lap times as they come through this time around. Again, Truscott 17.183, Selk 17.126. Selk a little faster that last lap. See if he can close the gap here coming around turn 4.
Vernon kicked up some dirt going through turn number 3 and looking to get in on the inside. Truscott, as they slow down coming around the corner, again a little bumpy around the turns as Selk again, Vernon goes high and spins those tires coming around turn number 3, and he continues to battle with Selk, who is losing ground on Truscott.
Now we'll take a look at Vernon's time there. He was the 2nd fastest lap that last time around, 17.5, and Truscott still running the tires off it at 17.3.
Continues to extend his lead now on Selk and Vernon, as Vernon and Selk battle for that 2nd position, and we'll see if they can gain some ground on Truscott coming around through these turns.
Yeah, Selk able to hold off that time around, and he got a really nice run out of turn 2 coming on the backstretch. Selk trying to turn it on here. We've got 11 laps left. We've just only raced half of this feature so far.
And the top 3 are going to battle as they continue. It goes Truscott, Selk, and Vernon, 1, 2, and 3. And Dan Wheeler, I believe, in the 1 car in 4th place. But it is the top 3 battling here so far through 10 laps.
And a number of times it's been Vernon able to get that nice run out of turns 3 and 4, and then Selk, as he does here, has a better line on turns 1 and 2. And he goes around Truscott to the high side here and all the way up to the fence.
Yeah, Selk goes high on his line there, but Truscott has been able to hold off the battle of Selk and Vernon for a while, and they continue to come, as maybe that's what Selk needs to do. He goes high, stays high, and might have lost some track position there, but he gains it right back.
Yeah, I don't know. He may just be looking more to diamond those turns right now and see if he can work his way around. As it's again, this is Truscott, Selk, and Vernon. Quite a performance being put on here by these three.
And we'll see it once they come up to lap traffic here. Taylor Olson, how much Taylor slows these three down here, or if Taylor will just get out of the way, as we've seen from lap traffic so far tonight from the other races.
Yeah, neither Vernon nor Selk able to break free from each other as they bang into Truscott coming around turn 4. But those two are tearing up each other, and we'll see if Truscott's able to take advantage of that.
Selk and Vernon continue again. A lap car and Taylor Olson. We'll see if Taylor slows them down at all as Taylor gets out of the way generously, and now Vernon battling with Olson coming around the first and second turn, and Selk gets a good run on the second turn, seeing if he can continue coming around the third and fourth.
Yeah, he's like this high side in 3 and 4 and uses it there to jump into first place.
Truscott goes from first to third as Vernon overtakes him as well. Chad Selk in first, Tyler Vernon in second, and George Truscott goes into third.
Yeah, Selk just ripped off a 16.795 as he has the hottest lap here of the race. He had just ripped off a 17 flat, comes back around in a 16.795. He is flying.
Helps with the open track as well in front of him, and no lap traffic in front. He just has to keep it clean as he continues to extend his lead, a little bumpy around turns 3 and 4. And the white flag is out, the final lap here between these three as Selk tries to hold off Tyler Vernon coming down the backstretch. And it will be a battle the rest of the way for Selk. He gets a little loose coming around the turn, and a battle to the finish line, and Chad Selk comes all the way back to win it as Tyler Vernon second and George Truscott in third. Dan Wheeler in third.
Yeah, what a fantastic finish there against Selk. It really got hot as this race continued to go, and he comes revving his engine down here, telling the crowd, thanks for cheering me on. But what a nice performance there by Chad Selk. And Steve, as I was reading off those lap times, as he did get clear of Truscott and Vernon, he showed why he was the car to beat, turning in sub-17 second lap times. Tyler Vernon did turn in a 16.9, but it was a little too late there for Vernon, as Selk picks up the feature win in B-Mods here tonight. And hallelujah, the Hornets are back! Yeah, the Hornets are back. I love those Hornets.
And the 4 Hornets out there, Dylan Bruschi, Jenny Wagner, who won, Sam Sheehan, and Cody Kaiser. Kaiser made a run on Wagner to end that the heat race. So we'll see if Kaiser has a little strategy to see if he can win the feature here.
I love winning with Bauer & Fine Business Technologies. They are your complete office technology solution. For 60 years, Bauer & Fine Business Technologies has been serving school districts, municipalities, counties, and religious organizations of all denominations and businesses in Wisconsin and beyond. Visit b-bt.com and let Bauer & Fine Business Technologies be your complete office technology solution. And we are going to be green flag at SK Speedway.
As we saw it in the heat, it continues. Jenny Wagner with a fantastic jump off of the green flag. Cody Kaiser in the 114. Dylan Bruschi in the 2. And Sam Sheehan in. And
we're yellow already here. We are yellow already. There must be debris, and they're walking out here in turn 3, it looks like. Maybe? No? Okay, so they're going to say Wagner jumped the green, and they're going to restart, and they will not count those laps. I said Wagner's clean or good start was a cheating start. So that's why the yellow flies here, and we will start this race over. It's a 15-lap feature here. Wagner, Kaiser, Brusky, and Sheehan. But they were on to Jenny Wagner's tricks in that heat, maybe, because she did. She got some spectacular starts in the heat race, and now here in the feature, they say,
And if the heat race would have been 15 laps, I'm sure. Cody Kaiser was very close.
Yeah.
As they will talk to.
Yeah, well, and she may be asking, all right, so what exactly are you talking about here? And they say, all right, well, here's what you got to do. You got to wait till the flag drops.
Yeah.
It's not always an anticipation. They got to wait till it drops. And now by this point, they're going to let Chad Selk roll off of victory lane and head back to the pits anyway. So they're going to, thought they were. Yeah, he's rolling back there, and the Hornets are coming at him. Have to make sure that a really fast Chad Selk car doesn't get T-boned by a Hornet.
Yeah, that B-Mod race was impressive. That was a lot of fun.
Well, it was a well-raced race. So here comes now Selk back to the other side. He's doing laps in the infield now. He's like, man, I'm on such a hot streak. I'm just going to do laps around the infield. Now he's going to go wade in. But no, it was a well-run race, run by really respected, and I guess I'll say professional drivers, or they certainly raced like professionals and raced like they knew what they were doing, and it was fun, and that makes a race fun to watch.
Yeah, and there wasn't a lot of stoppage. There was no stoppage in that race, was there? I don't think so.
I'd have to think long and hard about that. I don't think so. I think they were clean from start to finish there. Yeah, they were. Yeah, that was green the whole way.
Yep. As the Hornets get ready again, Wagner.
See if she can hold her horses this time through as they come around turns 3 and 4. Green flag at SK Speedway.
Another great start for Jenny Wagner and Sam Sheehan. A great start of Sam's own, and Sheehan gets into the back of Wagner, slowing Jenny down, and Sheehan back into first place. Again, Sheehan had to exit as Jenny Wagner spins out in the corner and gets nicked in the back, and we'll see if they
so far they're going to let this go green, and they stop it now. Is she not able to get herself turned around? Yeah, she was nipped coming out of turn 2, and then as she came down here in turn 3, she was trying to regain a little bit of track position and bumped a little bit, and then got her front fender caught in the dirt a little bit, and that turned her up the track.
And then as well as Brusky got into the back for just a little bit. So we'll see if Kaiser is going to push her to start up or not. And if that is where they would start with Sheehan in first and Wagner in second.
Yeah, she's rolling now.
So again, Sheehan didn't see much of Sam in the heat race as he had to exit, I believe, in the heat and didn't finish.
That's right.
Did not finish in the heat.
Yeah, no, they finished 3 here in the heat. So he went back and got a little work done during that time off, and he's running nice here, and Jenny Wagner is going to head off the track. That's too bad.
Yeah, she had a very, very fast car in the heat race and some upset fans.
Yeah, right to our left here. They don't like that either as to what happened there. I didn't see anything that was anything worth noting. It was just some racing coming out of turn 2, and if anything, what I was seeing from here, Steve, is that Wagner a little aggressive coming into turn 3, trying to regain that track position, and then just lost it coming out of the corner.
So we got 3 left here in the Hornets.
Yeah, Kaiser, Brusky, and Sheehan.
And Sheehan, again, very impressive so far after, again, just mentioning Sam did not finish the heat race, as you see some of the B-mods heading to their trailers.
Yep, get a head start.
Yeah.
Out of here, and a couple of them are going to get a head start and go celebrate tonight.
Yeah. rightfully so.
Yeah.
If they, how well the B-Mods race went, even if for some of the guys in the back, it was still a very clean race. They might be waiting to see if Jenny might be able to come back out. As they,
yeah, they're still going to be under yellow here coming this time around.
As the race announcer said, they were going to have a 3-car shootout the rest of the way.
All right,
so.
well, that answers that then.
As they will let Andy Carl exit to his B-Mod car to the...
Oh, no, look at here she
is.
comes. Wagner coming back here, and she's coming in like a ball of fire. Holy man. Well, she didn't miss any laps, and a roar of approval here from the fans at SK Speedway.
Yeah, she's ready to go.
Green flag at SK Speedway.
And Sam Sheehan in first place, Jenny Wagner, Cody Kaiser, and Dylan Brusky. As Kaiser looking to hold off, again a big shout, and Kaiser spins out as well, and he will regain, and they will stay green.
Yeah, he got turned back around, but that's good news for Wagner as she picks up that track position there right away. Didn't have to do anything but drive down the track.
That's now Wagner going to start to look to gain position on Sheehan and work her way back to the front of the pack.
Yeah, at this point, I think Sheehan wants us to stay green. Wagner wouldn't mind having a yellow.
Especially the way she has started, or restarted anyway.
Yeah.
And looks to continue to pick up some time as Kaiser in the 114 car in the backstretch. Nebraska round out our 4 cars here. As Wagner through the second turn, gaining a little bit, still looking to continue to shorten that gap between her and Sheehan here in the last handful of laps.
Yeah, 10 laps to go here. They raced 15, or a third of the way through this one, and transponders on these cars, there's no way this can be right, but maybe it is. They're saying 20-second lap times here. Maybe that's right. They seem to be moving slower than that. Maybe that's just because of the way I view the car.
and coming off of those 16-second B-Mod cars.
Yeah, in 4 seconds. I mean, that's quite a bit.
Yeah.
That's 20% faster right off the bat. So lap car here, Steve, again, could be a factor as we race 9 laps left to go here.
Yeah, we'll see if Brusky will give way to Sheehan and Wagner.
And does.
As Wagner goes high and will get by as Sam continues to extend his lead here in front of Jenny Wagner as Cody Kaiser, who was gaining ground on Jenny Wagner in the heat, spun out and is just trying to finish the race clean the rest of the way.
Yeah, Wagner about 1/10 of a second faster than Sheehan, but that's not going to be enough with 7 laps left. You're going to need to have something happen here, either Sheehan to make a mistake or a yellow to come out.
Well, and that's what's tough with only 4 cars. You can't bunch each other up and don't hope for a caution, but look for one as Wagner gains a little bit of ground as Sheehan went high and got a little loose in the second turn.
Well, that's what she needed to have happen here, is for Sheehan to make a mistake. But on the other end, she's got to run a near-perfect race here for the next 6 laps. But she did make up quite a bit on that lap there. She was a half a second faster and closing faster yet on the backstretch.
As it is going to be a race to the end, a battle to the end. Wagner comes around the second turn, working on Sheehan. As Jason just mentioned, the gap has all but gone between Sheehan and Wagner to come around the second turn.
Yeah, again, she was a half a second faster on that last lap, and now it's not the speed, now it's more position and skill
that she's going to need to get around Sheehan. And Sheehan, again, now the pressure being put on him, he's going to run a clean race to keep that first spot with 3 laps to go.
Jenny goes high, Sam goes low, and Jenny goes just below. See if she can go down low. And it's going to be battle in the 3rd and 4th turn. She spins him, and it is as Wagner spins out Sheehan, and Wagner will go stay green.
Yeah, because they brought the yellow now, and we'll see what they do with Wagner here. We've seen that in the other races where they will put Sheehan back in first and Wagner in second. But either way, Steve, we've got 2 laps to go, and it'll be one way or the other. Wagner and Sheehan in the front row, right where they left off there. So I don't think we're going to have much change other than just running some yellow flag laps here after we get started. That is, if Sheehan can get back on the track. He's in the mud pit down there. They may need the wrecker to come out and get Sam out of there.
Yeah, that's what we saw in our pure stocks. Travis Hallquist, who didn't have a bumper, he was flagged for starting a spin out as the tow truck comes and looking to get Sam out. So we will see if they how they end up lining up, or as we saw, I believe that was in the first one, Todd Heyer finished, but it was on the checkered flag lap. So we'll see how they finish up here.
Yeah, well, we've got 2 laps left, so that won't be a factor, but it's just where they're going to put them, and that was an aggressive move by Wagner, and that's what we saw that first time she headed off the track, as she is thrown caution to the wind here tonight and will take track position however she can, and she was battling for first place and would be first since those early laps here, and she does run in first here in the yellow. We'll see if they're able to get Sheehan out of the mud pit down there, and where they might place Sheehan and Wagner coming back to green. That's the only question left to be answered with 2 laps to go.
Yeah, and it was an impressive run the last handful of laps from Jenny Wagner to get into a position where she could overtake first place, and we'll see how that ends up, especially now that Cody Kaiser is right in the back seat of Jenny Wagner as well in the 114, where he was way behind after he got a little loose and spun out, and now Cody is in second place.
Well, Steve, I think to this point we're going to call that our move of the race, and here's the deal. When you combine State Farm, home, and auto insurance, you save an average of $889. State Farm agent Alan Johnson is ready to help you with your move of the race. Combine home and auto and save in Marshfield. Call 715-207-6047 today. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Alan Johnson State Farm on North Central Avenue in Marshfield with our move of the race here tonight, and that was Jennifer Wagner.
Yeah, they're talking to Jenny about she might have to start last.
Yeah, she certainly might, and with 2 laps to go, it all depends here if but they will move her to the back, and that's what we did see with street stocks, I believe that was. I forget.
The pure stock.
Pure stocks is what that was. That's what we saw there. That was the ruling they gave. And we'll see where they put Sheehan here if he's able to get himself powered back up to this point there. Try to push him, get him turned around at least, and see if he can pop that clutch and fire up his Hornet.
Yeah, I'm going to guess if Sheehan can continue, which I don't know if he will.
They're pushing him the wrong way right now if that's the plan.
But Wagner definitely has the fastest car.
Well, he started up now, and a small cheering section below us comes on for Sam Sheehan. Make sure he doesn't hit Wagner head on there.
Well, we'll see.
He's running Polish style, headed back, and he's going to go up and out, and that may do it for Sam Sheehan. I don't know if he can get back here in time, but they did leave time for Jenny Wagner to re-enter this race. So we'll see if they extend the same courtesy to Sam Sheehan.
See if they have to switch something out or what, but again, Jenny Wagner is going to have to start in either 3rd or 4th, depending if Sam Sheehan can come back. But again, Jenny's got the fastest car right now.
She does.
And we'll see if she can make up some time with just.
So here's what happened. So the 13 of the Jenny Wagner was charged with that caution. But the 10 that Sheehan has got 2 laps to change a tire.
So, okay. Tire change coming up for Sheehan. That's what's happening here.
Yeah,
and they allow him 2 laps to get that tire changed. That is going to be a really fast tire change. I'm not sure if he can do that, as I think they just shown 1 to go here. So they'll be green the next time around, and I don't see that 10 of Sheehan anywhere, rolling anywhere back there right now.
Yeah, and that's what we saw with Jenny. I'm sure they gave her 2 laps, and on the green they let her go. And even then, I mean, there's only, 2 or 3 laps left. There's not enough time for even him to start up. So
they're going to give 3 laps left here. And Wagner was a half a second faster than everybody before this, but green flag at SK Speedway, and Wagner races ahead right on the green flag drop.
Again, an extremely fast start, and she gets ahead of Cody Kaiser, and with a couple laps left, she gets loose in the 3rd and 4th turn, but she regains and overtakes first place again. And with no Sam Sheehan out here to contend with Jenny Wagner, she's got to keep it clean. And Cody Kaiser, I don't think any match right now, but we did see Cody gain ground on Jenny at the end of the heat time. So the white flag is out, the final lap here in the Hornet feature race, as Jenny Wagner, Cody Kaiser, and Dylan Brusky, the final 3 in the Hornets. And Jenny Wagner coming around turns 3 and 4, and she will hold on to the win here in the Hornets feature. Jenny Wagner is your winner in the Hornet feature.
Well, that was a well-run race there by Jenny Wagner. After that restart, she was having trouble in turns 3 and 4, and just kind of had to hang on to it there at the end and hang on to the big win here in the Hornets feature tonight. And Jenny Wagner making moves on top of moves. And again, the fans here at SK Speedway holler out with approval for Jenny Wagner.
A very impressive heat laps and a very impressive feature race for Jenny, especially after she did have to go out and come back and finish up her race. And congratulations, Jenny Wagner, a big win in the Hornet feature.
Yeah, along the way she had to bump one out of the way, get herself kind of recollected on the track. Again, I was not in the car with her, but it looked like her aggressiveness put her at a disadvantage early in that race, but able to pull it all together at the end and finish with a big win here tonight.
What do we got next? Street Stocks. Yeah. The 5 here. They finished the way they started in the heats. Kyle Jeanette, Jared Lindner, Sean Claps Jr., Scott Davis, and Bruce Stanley, the 5 out there in our street stock heat.
As we see Jenny Wagner emerge from her fast number 13 car. Again, Steve, during that race, she was a half a second per lap faster than everybody else. Aside from her quick restarts and everything else she had going on.
Well, and it's funny that you just said that, because she had one where she was a 10th faster, and you're like, that's not going to work. And then she got it. And then she was a half second quicker. So
yeah, just able to find her way around the track, and nice job there. But we've got our next feature is just about ready to go here with Street Stocks. We've got 5 race cars here in Street Stocks tonight as they come around turns 3 and 4. It is green flag at SK Speedway.
Kyle Jeanette in the 16, the 3J of Jared Lindner, Sean Claps Jr. in the 34, Scott Davis in the 54, and Bruce Stanley in the 74. And it will be a battle between Jeanette and Lindner the whole way.
Yeah, and they touched a little bit coming into turn 3, and they stay separated here coming down the front straightaway.
Jeanette won the heat race in pretty convincing fashion as Lindner gets loose a little bit on the backstretch. And as Jeanette in the 16 continues to extend his lead after Lindner got a little loose. Again goes Jeanette, Lindner, Claps, Jr., Davis, and Stanley, the 1 through 5 here in our second to final feature of the night. Just that one little hiccup by Jared Lindner, got a little loose on the backstretch on the second lap, and that has allowed Kyle Jeanette to extend his lead and keep it comfortably for right now.
And we see Jeanette come across the start-finish line, and he posts a time of 17.9 seconds, and he is a full half a second faster than Lindner.
Again, bouncing through those corners as this track has been beat up quite a bit tonight, as it's the second to last feature of the night, and Jeanette continues to extend his lead. Again, they started one way in the heat, they finished that way. They are right now running in that same order as they started and finished the heat and started here in the feature as well.
Yep, and 3, 4, and 5, about as evenly spaced as you can be behind this lead duo here of Jeanette and Lindner.
Our A-Mod feature coming up after this, it's going to be a battle for sure in that between Cole Varsho and Chris Ertl and David Baxter.
Jeanette hits the wall coming back there on his rear bumper, passenger side bumper. But off he goes, keep on a-trucking. As both he and Lindner turned in 17.9s 2 laps ago. And after hitting the wall, it's just a tick over 18. He lost a tenth of a second colliding with that wall on that rear bumper.
Hasn't seemed to slow him down much.
Nope. No, when you're fast, yeah. And nothing can slow you down sometimes.
Haven't had an issue really so far tonight, except for in the vintage cars with the lap cars, and we'll see if that comes into play here on this one as Bruce Stanley goes low on Scott Davis, possibly for that 4th place spot.
Yeah, these cars on the tail end, 3, 4, and 5, are a full 2 seconds slower than these top two, and so you would figure with 4 laps to go, there's a little bit of a chance that could become a factor, but these laps may tick off faster than Jeanette can catch the tail end of Bruce Stanley.
Scott Davis got a little loose in his 54 as Bruce Stanley tries to get by him. They collide and they spin out Scott Davis, and Scott will be stuck. No, he will regain.
Yellow will come out though anyway, and so that is music to Jared Lindner's ears, the yellow flag coming out, as that'll give him a chance to get himself right back into this, as he and Jeanette were running almost identical lap times over the meat of this race here. And as they were coming up on lap traffic, Lindner would have maybe benefited from that, although the laps were taking off pretty fast. But Lindner, the big beneficiary of the yellow flag here.
And we'll, 3-ish laps?
I've got 4 being shown, yep.
All right. So yeah, that'll be big for Jared Lindner to see if he can catch up, and as they will make Bruce Stanley.
Yeah, they're just going to kind of check him out, make sure he's still legal to drive around the track, and he's going to come into the infield. And not sure exactly where they're going to send him. What I am sure of is that our friends at Tire Town Auto, proud supporters here of racing and our 60 Days of Summer on Zaleski Sports. It's a winning play every day at Tire Town Auto with 24-hour towing and complete auto service. Tire Town Auto on the roundabout on South Central Avenue in Marshfield, and 715-389-2909. That's 715-389-2909 to get you back on the winning side with Tire Town Auto.
As they will run the 4, as I'm guessing, I'm again just guessing,
yeah,
is that they, because Bruce Stanley spun out Scott Davis, and he didn't really have anything else to race for, that they said adios.
As we come around turn 4, it is green flag at SK Speedway.
Kyle Jeanette, a great jump off the restart, and Jared Lindner right behind him again. It goes Jeanette Lindner, Claps Jr., and Davis, the 4 left out there, as going low is Lindner. Jeanette keeps it, and the battle for first place continues again. It was a pretty spread out race between first and second before. Lindner goes high, Jeanette goes low, and Jeanette a great turn through turns 3 and 4.
This time by 2 laps left here, and it's going to be everything Lindner can do here to catch what looks to be the faster Kyle Jeanette here again tonight.
Got to run clean the rest of the way. Kyle Jeanette through turns 3 and 4. The white flag is out. 1 lap remaining in our street stock feature here tonight, as it will be Kyle Jeanette. He extends his lead here in the street stocks, and through turns 3 and 4, a little loose, and that should do it. Kyle Jeanette, your street stock feature winner here tonight. Jared Lindner second, Sean Claps Jr. third, and Scott Davis fourth. They ran and started the same way each time they come out on the track tonight.
Yeah, Jeanette had to just slow up there in between turns 3 and 4. I'm not going to say he came to a stop by any means, but he slowed way up coming out of there to make sure he had that car pointed straight as an arrow coming down the front stretch and pick up the win, as he did 2 weeks ago when we were here last.
As our final feature of the night, our A-Mods. Cole Varsho in the 16, Chris Ertl in the 51, David Baxter in the 35B. They will run 1, 2, and 3. Chad Selk will run in the 29 car as they continue to come out onto the track here in our A-Mod feature.
Yeah, there's a full 10-car lineup here, and this, I think, would be pretty exciting. I mean, and the crowd now is getting all lathered up here as they've been waiting all night for this big feature here from the A-Mods. But Cole Varsho was fast. Again, we talked to him in the intermission. He said they had some work to do on that front end. He wasn't very confident, or at least not as confident as he would have liked to be. As we see Kyle Jeanette out in front of his 16 there, getting his photos and pictures. It's always fun in Victory Lane. You're the, you're the champion, and all eyes are on you down there. And 1 to go coming around.
Yep.
All right.
And this is our final feature of the night. Cole Varsho, Chris Ertl, David Baxter, the 1, 2, and 3 here to go. It should be a very fun final feature here tonight.
All right, it is A-Mods feature and green flag at SK Speedway.
And Cole Varsho 16, Chris Ertl 51, David Baxter in the 35B. They run 1, 2, and 3, and we got 2 cars stuck together right in front of the flag as they
and we're going to red flag. They're going to stop everybody right where they are, as I think he's got under the back end, as all kinds of dirt filling up our nice equipment here.
Yeah.
I have to do a cleaning party maybe on Sunday. Have everybody over for some burgers and some cleaning. But he's got himself wedged underneath there. Let's see, Steve. That is the 35.
George 32.
32. Thank you, of George Truscott.
Yep.
And I don't know who that is that's got himself wedged in under him.
I'm not too sure. They immediately brought the fire extinguishers just to be safe.
Yeah, you get your engine under the hood there, wedged in under that car in front of you, and you just never know. It's stuck under Truscott on the passenger side, so the driver in that car is fine. That side is clear, and actually it looks like the driver just hopped out.
Yep.
Of that. Yeah, everybody's fine out here. It's just a matter of getting these cars, literally torn apart now and off the track. And unfortunately, it is most likely to end both of the races for both of those cars down there.
I do not know who is in the back of the car. or whose car is in the back of the car, as they try to lift Truscott's car off of.
I think it's no, that's not that one either. Let's see here if I can do a little process of elimination on the other side and get a clear look. But that number on that car is completely obscured from us here. I don't know if I see a 24. Do you?
Kevin Rogers, I think that's what it says on the back of his car.
Well, I thought so too. I think that is the 24 of Rogers. I can't see everybody's number to the left of us.
He didn't finish the heat. I think he was one of them that just after a while just ended up.
And so he may have been in the back here, which is where this took place, towards the tail end of the start. But we're going to find out here in just a minute or so as they peel these two cars apart and get them off the track. So let's do this. Let's take a quick commercial break. When we get back from commercial, we'll tell you everybody that was involved in this, and we'll be back just in time for green flag at SK Speedway.
Witness the difference of a Catholic education at Columbus Catholic Schools.
I think everyone should just know what makes this place special.
Come and see. That's just what the Lord always said, and put your toe in the water. There are great schools, and it's a good fit. I'd always want them to come and to just feel the goodness and the family atmosphere.
I invite everyone just to come in and see what it's about and to see if it might be right for them and their family.
We invite you to schedule a tour today.
Are you living with a prosthesis that is causing discomfort or pain? You have options, and I'm here to help. Hi, my name is Shai. I'm the owner of Next Step Prosthetics in Marshfield. You have a choice where you go for prosthetic care. My focus and specialty is providing a prosthesis that you enjoy wearing to help you get your life back. Why wait another day? Call to set up a free, no obligation evaluation. Let's take the next step together to a better life.
For over 50 years, Abbey Bank has been providing financial services to local families and businesses. What makes us different? We make banking about you. We have a strong partnership with the communities we serve, helping families grow, helping business grow, and celebrating important moments with new programs and facilities, support for our youth, and help for those most in need. Abbey Bank invests in its communities and gives back locally, with locations in Abbotsford, Appleton, Gresham, Medford, Shawano, Wausau, and Weston, and is an equal housing lender, member FDIC. Jason Zaleski here to tell you that Hewitt's Meat has you covered with easy and simple home delivery. That's right, Hewitt's Meat will deliver your favorite meat, treats, sides, and snacks right to your door. All you need to do is email online store at hewittsmeats.com for your order form. Fill it out, send it back, and Hewitt's Meats will deliver to your door in Marshfield, Hewitt, Auburndale, and Chile. Again, email to online store at hewittsmeats.com to get started. Of course, you can still visit the store on Downwind Drive in Marshfield and visit Hewitt's Meat on Facebook today.
Wondering what to feed your team after work, the game, or this weekend? Chips Hamburgers in Marshfield and Wisconsin Rapids has tasty, char-broiled burgers for any hungry appetite. From the classic hamburger to the famous Chips Champ and everything in between, check out our daily specials. Stop inside to enjoy your meal with comfortable seating. See our complete menu of burgers, hot ham and cheese, hot beef, chicken and fish, fries, rings, curds, and ice cream served year-round. In a hurry? Same great menu in the drive-thru. Chips Hamburgers in Marshfield and Wisconsin Rapids.
Be cool. All right, so it is Rogers. We've confirmed, and Truscott is what we thought there. And they're going to get these cars separated here as the tow service has come around to get this all worked out. And then, to our pleasure and happiness, we've also been told that the fuel line was cut. Likely in that Rogers car there. Well, it could have been either, really.
Yeah.
It actually may be in that Truscott, thinking of where he was lifted up from behind there. More likely there. And fuel has spilled onto the track, and we were told that the only way to get the race started is they've got to burn that fuel. They got to light it on fire to get it off of there, and I couldn't be happier. That's great.
They told everybody back away from the fence, and nobody moved.
Well, well, during that, a bunch of kids ran over here to get a look at what was going on, and That particular group, maybe it was already gone. But, yeah, you're right. Everybody's just standing right there. And I'd say probably, although I do see some younger kids, a group of 3 or 4 of them down the other side, for the same reason I'm excited. This is going to be great video footage. Fire at SK Speedway on Friday night. That's what the fake news would say. But instead, depending on how this son of a gun looks, we may probably have to put this into our highlight package. Again, highlights will be available of tonight's race tomorrow on Facebook at Zaleski Sports. And again, back on the air. This is our last of the night here. And then back on the air tomorrow at 2 o'clock, as we'll have Marshfield Bandits football tomorrow at 2. But we're looking forward to the fire being ignited here on the track. That's going to be cool. Yeah. So yeah, we'll keep things live here. As we're kind of looking here. Oh, those are cars out of the infield leaving there. Okay. I thought that was maybe what was going on there. But Steve Maves will be back to racing here in just a moment. Yeah, it's going to be, again, one heck of a final feature of the night between Varsho Ertl and David Baxter. As soon as we get these last two, as soon as we get the 2 cars split apart and everything cleaned up, fire lit and extinguished, and then we'll have Varsho and company between these three final guys. Again, Kevin Rogers and George Truscott. And George Truscott, the 2 that are delaying here. Again, Cole Varsho, Chris Ertl, David Baxter, Mike Widman, Kent Baxter in the 95, Tyler Stiergart, Chad Selk, and Dan Wheeler, the racers left here tonight. So, again, as Jason mentioned, we'll be back at Walt Kroll Athletic Field in Marshfield tomorrow at Columbus Catholic High School for Bandits football, and then back out to Marshfield Fairgrounds on Monday for 4 more softball games in the 18U Fast Pitch League at the fairgrounds. Tuesday, we hopefully haven't had the opportunity yet due to rain. Have volleyball out at Skeeter and Otis's. Again, 2 weeks in a row it's been rained out. So, well, not sure what's going to happen with that. We're going to give it another try on Tuesday, Steve. But in the meantime, we're going to give Steve a quick 3-minute break here, and we're going to bring on track announcer here, Ben Brost. And Ben, thanks for joining the broadcast here today. We've heard you from down the way, calling a great race down there. But interesting situation here. Rogers got under the back end on the start there, and they do have them separated now. But tell us what else you see going on out there.
Well, what's going to happen here, that we did receive word that there was some fuel that had spilled out onto the racetrack. So as soon as they get the cars cleared, they're going to ignite that fuel, and once they do that, once the fuel is burned off, we're going to go back racing. But a great night tonight. It's been a lot of fun so far. A lot of these drivers out here in the A-Mod division doing double duty, and interesting turn of events in the Hornet division. As we just
I would say that was we said it during the race, one of the more exciting races, and a lot of intrigue. And Wagner, it just seemed like she was just determined to win that race one way or the other.
Definitely.
It made a couple moves. She herself had to go to the pits and come back out, and ran a real aggressive race, but able to get the victory.
Well, I tell you what, it had me doing some math there at the very end, trying to figure out, okay, just because the car count that was there, okay, so, all right, if she caused the caution, she's got to go to the back. Then there was a lap car. Then, obviously, we saw Sheehan having to go to the pit. So how does all that work out? So it ended up, obviously, with her parking it in Victory Lane. So it was a really interesting turn of events there. And tonight, I tell you what, this is, I feel bad for the 32 of George Truscott at the beginning of the night. He did choose to do double duty there. So it looks like he's got...
he's missing a wheel for one, or 2 wheels actually, and he's going to have some work to do over the weekend.
Banged up right front, banged up left rear. Hang on just a second.
There's fire.
We're going to make one announcement over the PA.
Okay, go ahead.
Race, as we do ask you, step back from the fence, please. Step back from the fence. We do you all to step back from the fence. Well, we got fire going out there. Step back from the fence. Keep going. Keep going, guys. You can do it. You can do it. Proud of you. All right. I know everybody loves fire. We've never seen it before, but we do need you to stay back.
Well, yeah, it's
Sorry about that.
well, it's fine, and it is, safety first always, no matter what's going on there. So we talk about that and safety on the track as it pertains, to the gasoline and what those drivers might be up against if we weren't able to get rid of that gasoline on the track.
Well, what we'd have to do if we couldn't somehow get rid of it, we'd have to put a bunch of floor dry out there as they do with oil, and then try hard to run that in as we can get a view over of the 32 of Truscott. Might be able to get a close up of the left rear as he is being pulled in. Being pulled in by Bonafide Towing and Recovery. So it lost a left rear, and just from our vantage point, it looks like a trailing arm potentially broken back there. I'm sure he's got a bent axle and bent axle tube on the left side. So a pretty significant amount of damage behind the driver's seat of the 32 of George Truscott.
Yeah, and they just got hung up here on the start. As Rogers just got in the back of him. We didn't see everything that transpired in front of that, but oftentimes, especially on the start like that, somebody in front of you gets jammed up, and then a chain reaction down the line.
And as it happens so much in this sport, I looked down for just a second, looked back up, and I saw two cars that were bent up right in front of me. But great night of racing here for night number 2 at SK Speedway Kids Night. We gave away almost 24 bikes. That was awesome.
That's awesome. That is cool.
Great at the beginning of the night. Great looking crowd here too. It's been a lot of fun.
Captain America and Elsa were down to help with the bike giveaway, and Captain America was having a great time down there. He was hopping around and running around, having a nice time, taking pictures. He was having the time of his life down there.
Yeah, it was. I'll tell you what, that was a surprise too. Track owner Steve Caston came up to me earlier tonight. He said, "Just so you know, we've got some characters coming here to help give away bikes." I said, "Characters? Is it your family that are coming here, or worse yet, is it my family who's coming here to help?" So as it turns out, action characters. So that was awesome to have Elsa from Frozen here and Captain America. Awesome to have those guys here, as well as the track officials continue to put out the fire, and now it looks like they're putting out some floor drying over the top of it, so we're going to get these modifieds, these A-mods fired up, and run this track in. Some of the guys down here from Ashland, the 40 of Tyler Vernon down here from Ashland, we've got, of course, George Truscott coming from the UP. Unfortunately, his night coming to a close. But I tell you what, whose program has really been coming around is that 16C of Cole Varsho. I'm a track announcer at Rice Lake as well. Every Saturday night he came up to Rice Lake last weekend, I believe it was, and he ended up doing very well in his heat race. And then the feature was contending for the lead, and he hit a slick spot in turn 2 and unfortunately caused a caution. But some stout competition here tonight all the way through the field. I tell you what, though, so far this season there seems to be no stopping that 16 of Jeanette.
Well, he won his feature last time out, and we had a chance to talk to Cole as we go from red to yellow here, so we're this much closer to racing here, Mr. Bros. But yeah, we talked to Cole during the intermission. He came up here and talked to us, and he said he had to get his front end hooked up a little bit more, but he looks like he's got it all the way hooked up right now.
Well, absolutely, and with these B-mods out to play with the A-mods, Chad Selk, of course, out there in the 29, great run for him. Mike Whitman, 119. David Baxter, and in the 35, and Chris Ortelli, no slouch, knows his way around here. Dan Wheeler from Savage, Minnesota, making a haul.
I would say, on the all the way on the other side of Minneapolis, on the west side.
Yes, so close to 4 hours for him to get here.
I bet.
It was a significant shock to see that he was coming here. But I tell you what, I've got to go back to work.
Yeah, all right, man. Well, you stop by anytime, all right?
Appreciate it. We'll do something pre-show next week.
Yep.
And thank you guys so much for coming out. Those of you who are watching, thanks a ton. Really appreciate it. Come on out next Friday night. We got Powder Puff Racing, and we'll see you then. So thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
All right, thanks, Ben. Appreciate it. We'll talk to you later on. Again, trackside announcer here, Ben Brost, stopping by the broadcast booth here today to impart some knowledge on us, and we'll take as much as we can get as Steve Maves comes back on here, Steve. But we had the fire, and that was pretty cool. We had some track dry put on, some floor dry put on, just to make sure that it's all the way good. And we are green flag at SK Speedway.
Cole Marshall and Chris Hurdle, 1 and 2 again. See if we can get through a single lap clean, and we did, or the start anyway. As Cole Varsho and Chris Earl is going to be battling the whole time along with David Baxter in the 51. Chris Earl got a little loose going around turns 3 and 4. And Cole Varsho with a little bit of a lead. And now going to have to go into the infield is Kevin Rogers. Was surprised that he was even able to restart. And his night comes to an end. Cole Varsho extending his lead here in our A-Mod feature.
Yeah, Rogers apparently thinking, well, maybe, just maybe, if I could, and he made it one lap around.
Cole Varsho in the 16, Chris Hurdle 51, David Baxter in 35B, and then Chad Selk in the 29 are your top 4 as Cole Varsho continues to extend his lead through turns 3 and 4. We mentioned it earlier on, he went into the pits after his heat win and made a little bit of adjustment to his front bumper, and it's paying off big time right now with a large lead in our A-Mod feature.
Yeah, Varsho able just to kind of cruise around the track right now, and as we've seen in some of our other races today, pretty evenly spread out field all the way around, everybody with a couple lengths in between them as they work their way around the track. We go almost all the way around here now with cars from one end of the track to the other.
We've seen it throughout the night how lap cars have played a role in how these races finish. We'll see if Tyler Stiergart plays a role in how Cole Varsho continues his race here.
Yeah, up until this lap car, Varsho easily the fastest car around the track. That last lap at a blazing fast 16.39.
As he will catch up with Stiergart in that 3-car, Cole Varsho, and now a battle for second place between Baxter and Ertl as they did in their heat race, and Chad Selk right behind them as well.
Varsho does clear that lap car easily, so he's on to more clean air, another half lap in front of him before Whitman is the next one he'll come after.
Ertl in the 51 battling with David Baxter in the 54, or excuse me, with the 35. Cole Varsho stays clean, coming around turns 3 and 4 here. As everybody gets clear of the lap car, Tyler Stiergart. And Cole Varsho into the backstretch with nobody near him. Clean air the rest of the way for Cole Varsho, just hoping that nobody gets in the way or causes a yellow flag the rest of his race here. As Cole Varsho back into the backstretch, now turns 3 and 4 as Chris Earl and David Baxter fighting for that second position.
We see Varsho come around here in turns 1 and 2 as he continues to rip off hot lap time, 16.649. He is the fastest car here tonight.
And then just that tiny adjustment that he might have made between heat and feature is paying off big time right now. As now he's going to put Tyler Stiergart 2 laps down and possibly get to the next guys ahead of him.
Yeah, Whitman, I believe, is up there, and Baxter.
As the battle for second continues between David Baxter and Chris Ertl.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that, Steve, unless something else happens with Varsho and lap traffic. We'll keep an eye on spots 2 and 3 here.
As I believe Varsho has to stay clear, and as Ertl and Baxter continue to battle for second, as Varsho continues to put cars laps down.
Yep, 4 laps to go here in our last feature of the night.
As the battle for second continues between Erdl and Baxter. And Baxter goes low and stays low. And Erdl in the 51, Baxter in the 35. Varsho is in the first and second turns already. Continues to battle with lap cars, and now he gets all the way up to Dan Wheeler in the 1 car.
Yep, 2 laps to go. Oh, white flag out here, white flag.
As Cole Varsho needing to stay clear, he will do that, and he will look to put Dan Wheeler a lap down in the 1 car.
Yep. Checker flag there for Varsho as Varsho picks up the feature win here tonight.
Start to finish, impressive from Cole Varsho as Chris Erdl takes second, David Baxter in third. Cole Varsho is your A-Mod feature winner here tonight.
All right, well, man, what a night of racing here tonight as we finish in under 4 hours, and we're going to take with us a large part of the track with our equipment here tonight. And that's to be expected. We're okay with that, but we will perform a cleaning session back at the mothership on Sunday before we get ready for Marshfield Chaparrals football. So Steve, Lucas, and Jada, you may have a little dirt to deal with tomorrow at football. We'll get you all cleaned up and ready to go, but just a fantastic night of racing out here. And we, again, Steve, will thank our sponsors. We'll thank everybody online for watching tonight. Again, making Zaleski Sports just one of the best things going right now, and we're just very fortunate to be a part of it, and it's only because of our sponsors and and our fans out there, and fans of these athletes, including these race car drivers here tonight, as again we got to talk to Cole Varsho during the intermission. And he's been racing for a long time, started in go-karts back when he was 7 years old, just graduated from high school 2 years ago. He is in training and schooling right now to be a firefighter, EMT, and paramedic. And tonight, he is a AMOD feature winner here at SK Speedway.
As his family goes out there to greet him.
Yeah, we got to meet Proud Papa earlier also during the intermission and had a good talk with everybody there. But Cole hopping on top of the roof of his number 16 ride there and having a real nice time, supported by Kafka Racing and the Kafka family helping to let Cole come out here and race on Friday nights. All right, Steve, well, that'll do it for us. Another great night of racing out here. Again, we are back live on Saturday. That's tomorrow, by the way, if you're keeping track at home on your calendar. You can cross off July 12th, as today is essentially done. Just put an X through that, or June 12th on your calendar. But we are back tomorrow, Saturday, June 13th. Kickoff, Marshfield Bandits taking on the La Crosse Rough Riders. Kickoff is at 2 p.m. Pre-game show is at 1:45. Have a great night, everybody.